All right. Well, we have a system down on the Gulf Coast that's overperforming at the moment. There was an area I was watching for, kind of a localized enhanced area of tornado risk today, and that looks like it's verifying here into southern Mississippi and now into southeast Louisiana. We do have a larger tornado watch that covers basically south of Tuscaloosa in southwest Alabama, west central Alabama, all the way down to Mobile, Dauphin Island, and then the southeast parts of Mississippi, southern parts of Mississippi now basically along and east of I-55. And I've been watching this line of storms basically left over from last night. Like the models kind of suggested, it got reinvigorated in the afternoon here with some daytime heating. Also, a lot of low-level moisture off the Gulf in this area. And there is a little area, I think, in here that has the best chance of producing tornadoes. That seems to have picked up in the last hour or so. And unfortunately, I just had a couple things I had to get done outside of the studio. But yeah, this one was close to being on the ground a few minutes ago. It looks like it's back on the ground, or maybe down for the first time near Fluker. This is in Louisiana, Fluker, Louisiana, just crossed I-55. You can see it's near Joyton Road, approaching the River Road area. It's going to continue into away from I-55, a little more rural area, but this is central Tangipahoa Parish in Louisiana, or west central Tangipahoa Parish. We have other circulations down closer to Independence, coming into Tickfaw and also Amite City. This one's a little bit broad right now. Haven't seen anything that screams tornado on the ground for that one, but that one is a pretty nasty storm too. Put this into motion, you'll see they're kind of collapsing to the south and east. We also have other tornado warnings up into southern parts of Mississippi, Prentice, all the way down to Columbia, Mississippi. These are also through the I-55 corridor. They're moving really rapidly to the east, approaching Collins with a tornado possible tag there. And actually, we should have a camera over at Collins, so I should be able to get a good visual of that storm. Otherwise, those storms on I-55, they are just north of the Hammond Metro. So right now, Hammond, you guys are okay, but keep an eye on those storms to your north and west. Let's get that up. Okay. Yeah, confirmed tornado there. And that may have been the second time it touched down. Oh, that radar just jumped quite a bit. But it's right in here, north sides of Roseland. That's the other location between Fluker and Roseland. Again, it's crossed I-55, and now it's approaching River Road. Let's take a look at the correlation coefficient again. This will show us meteorological versus non-meteorological targets, and we should get a new CC scan in just a second. Close that out. Come on. Yeah, there it is. Just in here, east of River Road, or west of River Road, and just east now of Joyton Road. There's your tornadic circulation in here. That shows us the non-meteorological targets versus meteorological ones, and that's showing that we have debris in the air. We are pretty close to the radar site, so we can get a pretty good low-level look at that. That's likely maybe about 1,000 feet up or so. I can check that in a couple minutes, but yeah, we have a pretty good flow here. You can see the inbound winds to this storm and then wrapping around. Also, Roseland, even though that circulation is missed you, this is some really heavy wind on the RFD, the rear flank downdraft side of this circulation. That is going to be bringing some damaging winds across the Roseland, Louisiana area, potentially above hurricane force, above that 75 mile an hour speed. This is a look south of Roseland around Independence and Tickfaw. There is another circulation in here we have to watch. So keeping a really close eye on this. This is approaching the more populated areas north and west of Hammond. There's the correlation coefficient on that one. Ooh, that's close to being on the ground as well. That may be on the ground. It's really hard to tell. But that may be on the ground also. Horseshoe Road Yep, it's on the ground as well there. Horseshoe Road and Albert Stewart. As long as that lined up, that looks like it does. 837, 837. That's the newest CC scan. So that does line up. Weirdly, CC is being a little bit slow in the readings here today. But that's okay. Okay, we'll work with this. Really close to the radar site as well. So you can see this little hook feature in here. Here's your inflow notch right in here. RFD is surging around. So that tornado gets tucked up between those. The RFD actually kind of funnels a lot of the more of this inflow in here. And that is a classic hook echo right there at Horseshoe Road. So we have 2 observed tornadoes now in the southeast Louisiana. One just north of Roseland. You can see that debris signature there. And let me pull those up. Wow. They're pretty close to each other actually on this line segment. So yeah, that one's moving southeast-ish. I guess they're both moving about the same direction. And then this one is headed for the Tickfaw area. So you do want to take your tornado safety measures there. Radar confirmed damaging tornado. And that includes I-55 between mile markers 36 and 39. And I'm trying to see what mile marker this is. I think we're just south of that area there in the warning. So this is actually, I think, a decent look. All right. Well, that's those 2. Let me check up here into Mississippi. In addition to the tornadoes up here, there's been a pretty extensive area of straight line winds. Considerable threat for 60 to 70 mile an hour winds coming towards Collins, Hattiesburg, Columbia. And this whole line is potentially capable of producing tornadoes. Have not seen any confirmed in this line segment, and I've been watching for a few minutes getting into the studio. The signature here is decently strong coming towards the Bassfield area. But again, I don't see anything that screams tornado. It's a little bit further from the radar site, so it is a little bit trickier to see versus the ones down here near Amite City and Tickfaw and Roseland. These are closing in on the radar site pretty quickly in that Hammond area. So especially north of Hammond. Hammond's a really populated area, college town. Also, a lot of people commute into New Orleans from the Hammond area. You definitely want to stay weather aware here. Know where your tornado safe place is. That's your lowest level into your room, away from doors and windows on a sturdy structure or in a sturdy structure. And be ready to take those tornado safety measures if you feel like you're in a dangerous situation. I'll say that just because you may not be in a tornado warning, but this storm is a pretty punchy storm. So even outside of the tornado specific warnings, there is a pretty nasty line of, again, considerable threat winds pushing maybe that 70 mile an hour range. So if you feel like it's getting a little too much, go and play it safe and get to that tornado safe space anyway. And then certainly if you're in that tornado warning, you want to be in your tornado safe place anyway there. And there is a look at Collins right now. Almost calm before the storm. It actually looks pretty peaceful there in Collins right now. That's Collins, Mississippi. Yeah, considerable threat, tornado possible tag. And those areas of circulation are closing in on Collins, but especially down here towards Bassfield. I feel like we've been in here quite a bit. This seems like a little bit of a popular tornado path, but I feel like this camera at Collins has been, actually, we've seen tornadoes from this camera position at Collins on a few live streams before. And Seminary, Bassfield, that Collins area, Prentice, does seem to be a little bit of a hot spot. But Carson, Bassfield, that will head over towards the Seminary area, as well as areas just north of Sumrall. And areas along US 49 are a heavily traveled highway near Union and Sanford. Also watching the Hattiesburg Metro. They're going to warn a new, there's 3 observed tornadoes now in Louisiana. So sorry to say we hopped on at the right time. I would have been on earlier, but just had some crazy amount of stuff to get done with all the live streams we've had recently. And I did see there was some of the other reputable live streamers were on at least earlier today. I might have to go to backup radar because I want to see what's going on here. Don't know why this radar seems to be delayed. So I just want to check the other radar setup I have. Again, 3 radar confirmed tornadoes. Although I don't see the debris signature in the Roseland one as much. Let me just close that out. It's acting up a little bit, but we'll work with it. Okay. There it goes. Okay. Just updated. Yeah, that's going to be on the ground too. Right there. And that is near Mike Gill Road, Sunny Hill, Louisiana. Highway 155 over towards Clifton, Louisiana. And that is going to be just to the northwest of Franklinton. Franklinton, if you're... these are all basically coming your direction. So if, especially you're on the northwest side of Franklinton, I would also start to get to my safe place here. It's interesting, these warnings don't go out too far, even though the storms are pushing ahead. They have dropped the Roseland one down to radar indicated, so I think we saw that. It is still a pretty strong circulation, and there's still some really damaging winds pushing through Amite City, Roseland. So you do want to shelter like a tornado anyway for those types of severe winds, potentially 70 to 80 miles an hour. There's almost kind of 2 line segments here. This line is broken up a little bit. They're both basically producing QLCS tornadoes, and you can see them here. One is in southern Mississippi, approaching the areas to the west of Hattiesburg. And we'll keep an eye on the interstate corridor here from Laurel and Hattiesburg down towards New Orleans here in a little bit. And then the other one is approaching the I-55 corridor. Strong storms through Baton Rouge, approaching St. George, but those are not as imminently tornadic down in this area around St. George. They push through areas around LSU, and yeah, now they're headed out towards Prairieville. But again, those right now aren't the concern. It's back up here, east of Kentwood, east of Tangipahoa, and just east of Amite City, and then coming into the areas just to the northwest sides of Hammond. And yeah, we're going to switch over to the other setup. I just don't like that we're not getting the full radar coverage here. Could be the radar site too, but this one seems to be updating okay. Yeah, there's your circulation just near Sunny Hill and State Highway 1056. A little bit of a correlation coefficient drop in there. This one has broadened, but again, we can see there are some considerable damaging winds at about 74 miles an hour, even 80 miles an hour. 80 miles an hour. And we're only looking up in the storm about 600 feet. So that's not good at all. And even, yeah, back here towards Roseland and Amite, coming in here about 82 miles an hour. A couple glitches. I don't think it's 139 there, but it's at least pushing 75 to 80 miles an hour in that area on the back RFD side. And then surging out ahead of that, we have the little QLCS tornadic circulations. This one has kind of ramped down a little bit as well. That's near Tickfaw. And I do want to pull this and adjust it a little bit to my liking here. We'll go with the traditional correlation coefficient. Okay. Settings are all good. We're in good shape here. This is brought in. These are those transient QLCS rotations. So they drop a tornado. They're generally called short fuse tornadoes. I sometimes do fall into the trap of saying, you know, short or brief tornadoes, but or quick tornadoes. Quick sometimes has the connotation of weak, so I try not to I try to not say quick, because I think people do equate quick to hey cat, how's it going tonight? Lost power there in Cat's in southern Mississippi, so yeah, that checks out. Is it? I guess it's back on now, or are you watching us on battery? I was going to be on earlier, but I just had way too much to crash into today, and actually I expected, the models were showing these storms were a little delayed, so I was expecting this to ramp up after about 10 o'clock Central Time, and then I was probably going to do a late night stream, but these have advanced and surged a little bit further east quicker, which might be fine. We might be able to go to bed fairly early tonight, because these are going to run out of juice, I think, once they get over towards the areas here into the western Florida Panhandle. This is kind of the area I was expecting we might have the best chance at some tornadoes today. So it looks like that's verifying. They've just ended up warning this whole line from Collins and Seminary down through Hattiesburg, the entire Hattiesburg metro under a tornado warning, and then all the way up I-59 towards Laurel and all the way to Sandersville. That's a big warning, but I agree with that. Sometimes I don't like the big warnings, but this is producing, or has the potential to produce, tornadoes along this line, with still the strongest rotation appears to be that area south sides of Collins coming up toward, or from the Bassfield area. But there's also other rotations down here near Columbia. That one there. There's one kind of north of Collins. That one doesn't look quite as punchy. And yeah, those I'm not seeing the correlation coefficient drops on. That new warning is for Forest, Covington, Lamar, and Jones counties in southeastern Mississippi. And there is the heavy rain and wind hitting this camera on the north side of Hammond. Let's go take a look at that. They've let that warning expire also for the Hammond area. It's just one of those tricky setups where you get a brief spin up. There's a new spin starting to form here. Let's play this out a little bit, and you'll see what I'm talking about here. So this wrapped up south of Montpelier, west of Independence, was tornado warned. Yeah, right in here, it definitely put down. We saw the correlation coefficient drop, and that has continued on, but very quickly, within a scan or two, just like it was a scan or two to ramp up, it took a scan or two to ramp down. And if it is still in here, it's going to be near Woodbridge on the north side of Hammond. But I'm a little more concerned about the new area there just to the east of Amite City. And then this one is still going. I think it lifted again, but now it's back on the ground. Oh, no, that's clear air. Let me see. Yeah, according to this, that's clear air. Okay. I don't use this one as much for radar. I usually use this for my for the showing you guys the models. So it's a little different than I'm used to. So I'm gonna probably take some time to get the keys to this, but this one doesn't look like it's on the ground as much anymore either. Let's go back and take a look. Play this radar back. Okay, it might be the Hammond radar then, because this is also kind of slow tonight. Yeah, that's a messy CC too. Yeah, I thought it was going to be later too. I think once they kind of got across the Mississippi River, they surged out and sped up, because earlier today the storms were moving at like 25 or 30 miles an hour, and then all of a sudden these warnings are pretty fast. They're in the, now this warning's for 35, but somewhere in southwest parts of Mississippi. I think they surged forward. When they strengthened, I think they surged forward quite a bit. All right, let's go back up here. Take a look at these. Yeah, that's just not going to fly. All right. We'll bring this one back. Yeah, right in here. State Route 440. That's going to be coming towards Richardson. Doesn't look like it's on the ground. Yeah, it's back to radar indicated. So that's radar indicated right now. But basically following 440 down into the Franklinton area. So keep an eye on that one around Franklinton. This is picking up again just to the north of Holton. A little bit of a curly Q right in here. Yeah, keeping an eye on that one. And then further down into the Hammond area. Oh boy, it's going to be really hard to see those. There's one right here. That is going to be really hard to see. It's kind of in the cone of silence, so we're not going to get a good read on that one. And then these storms look like they may on radar look like they fizzled in here a little bit. They look a lot weaker than they did just a few minutes ago. That isn't really because they lost their punch. It's really because there's a storm right over the radar site with likely really heavy rain, and it's just the radar beams struggling to get that radar out. So they look a little weaker right now, but they'll look a little bit more in line with how they were after they get a little bit east of that radar beam. Yeah, there is a tornado watch. So this tornado watch goes until 2 a.m. and tornadoes, wind are the main threats, damaging wind and tornadoes. But hopefully people got some notice of that. And yeah, I think it's going to get through a lot of this watch before 2 a.m. now that we're looking at it, because it's already, when the watch was put out, it's already over halfway to Mobile. And that will likely put a some type of weather watch into southern parts of Alabama and probably the Florida Panhandle in a little while before it gets too late. All right, let me settle in a little bit after getting into the studio. I need a new chair soon too. This one's getting kind of uncomfortable, but this was a good week to test everything out, make sure stuff is working before we get into really, really heavy parts of the spring severe season. Yeah, still seeing a pretty strong circulation coming towards Seminary. This is US Highway 49 right here, south of Collins. And wow, the wind has really ramped up there. Let's take a look at this. You can see the rain curtains blowing down the highway here. This is looking south towards that circulation. But we're not going to likely see that from our angle. And that checks out. We have wind. This is looking south at Collins, and we have wind that's blowing away from the camera perspective. And that's what we also see in the reds and pink colors, is wind going away from the radar. Our radar is out of Jackson, so it's way, way up here. And so that checks out. It's always good to see that. Make sure you know you're in the right spot. Yeah, the tornado, if there is one in here, is south of Collins, approaching the areas around Seminary. And because we're pretty far from that Jackson radar, it's a little harder to see what's going on at the ground level of this storm, because we're looking up about 3,500 feet or so. So that's not going to tell us everything that's going on at the ground level. And there's precip and maybe some hail, some small hail in there as well. So that's gonna mess things up a little bit. Let me see. Hold on a second. Let me see if I can. Ooh, hold on. Bear with me here just a second, and this is going to help quite a bit. Yes. Okay. So the normal program I use that doesn't seem to be glitching, it seems to be glitching right now, but I have a custom color table, and I'm used to that color table, so this just looks a little fresher on the eyes. And you guys are probably used to it now too, so yeah, now we can kind of see a little bit more like how we normally do, with the darker purples indicating the heavier precip, some small hail. But also I really like this color table because it's a very detailed color table. And even within the precip here, I can see where that supercellular feature is, even some banding in here. So I do like this color table better. Yeah, and that's exactly where the rotation is. So I like how it shows on reflectivity, just a little bit clearer, even on the reflectivity where the circulation is. Okay, so that is that circulation that's going through seminary. And again, there's a little bit of hail and contamination, so that's kind of hiding the low-level look at that. We'll just kind of play it by ear, but continue to take your safe places: Laurel, Hattiesburg, Sandersville, Soso, Collins, Seminary, and Summerall. Also down towards Columbia in Missouri, or in Mississippi. That's now being warned for a tornado. Let's take a look down here. Basically, this whole line is capable of producing very quick spin-up, short fuse tornadoes. Yeah, the rotation would be in here to the east now of Columbia. Another little rotation there. And then that other rotation up here near Seminary. That's approaching Seminary right about now. And those are some pretty good winds. So again, outside of the tornadic circulations, there's 65 to 75 mile an hour winds. Good news is not a lot of hail. Kat, did you get any hail? I'm in the hospital and just got that. Yeah. All right. So yeah, if hopefully you're working and not in the hospital. If you are, sorry, you're in there for not great reasons, but your hospital probably has tornado plans. It's a good idea to enact and activate those tornado plans wherever your hospital's tornado safe place is. That would be what to do. What kind of tornado is it? Right now, it is a radar indicated tornado. Oh, that sucks. Yeah, sorry to hear that. So follow the hospital staff instructions. They likely have a tornado safety plan. This is a little bit far away. Let's get a track on this, and we'll track this out for you. That's not the track I wanted to do. Yeah, this is moving fast. It just jumped ahead quite a bit. Yeah, they have it. They continue to increase in speed, so it's probably in that 50 to 55 mile an hour range. But okay, that's gonna put it roughly into Hattiesburg in about 23 minutes. So about 9:25. That would be 9:25 to downtown Hattiesburg. Yeah, that circulation is kind of in here. It's not going to be one circulation either. There's going to be that one, and then so it's a little bit trickier than like yesterday when we were dealing with one supercell that had a long track tornado, and we were able to like really call it out ahead of time. Because these are kind of transient circulations, one may weaken while another one on the line kind of ramps up, which is why they were kind of warning this whole line. And I do agree with that. From Sandersville, Soso, Laurel, Ellisville, all the way down through Hattiesburg, and south sides of Hattiesburg too. Bonhome, near Purvis. Purvis, I would get ready to take tornado safety precautions too. Let's go back down here. They did extend that warning through Franklinton. That still has the circulation in it, about to pull into Franklinton. Good news is I don't see a correlation coefficient drop on that one right now. There's also another little circulation starting to ramp up on the south side of Franklinton. We'll keep an eye on that one. Other tornado warnings now through the Hammond area. One in here near Cranky Corner. Circulation there, and then a circulation over Hammond. That is a really populated area. See if we get that camera to load. If it does, that's right in that path. There it is. Wow, that is rocking and rolling pretty good. This is I-12, just east of I-55 at the big Hammond exit here near the mall. And that checks out. I see wind going away from the camera, so that would be winds in the red that are going away from the Hammond radar. So we may be also on the back side of the circulation. The circulation is probably... Again, we're very close to the radar site. So the radar is here at the Hammond Airport. Circulation's probably just right in there. We'll get a better picture of this once it crosses I-12 and gets out away from the radar site. But that is a dangerous storm on I-12. And that's going to be warned all the way down through areas like Lee's Landing, Wallace Landing, just to the east sides of Ponchatoula. So Ponchatoula, you need to, especially east of town, need to be in your safe place. Wow. And then these are also approaching Folsom, Martinville, Ramsey, and Goodby. This storm near Franklinton, they've warned out ahead. Yeah, there's a number of circulations in here. The one right over Franklinton is the one that's the strongest at the moment. But that appears to be clear air in that particular spot. Another looks like circulation trying to form north of Franklinton. It's coming towards Bogalusa, Varnado, even towards Angie. I'd be cautious there. And then down towards Sun and over towards Folsom. Basically, if you're out ahead of this line, I would consider taking tornado safety precautions. Yeah, but just stay calm. Grandma's going to want to stay calm too, but don't know exactly where that is. In Hammond. They'll probably make some announcements and let you know what to do. If not, just make sure you're, at the very least, make sure you're away from the windows. Most of the hospital rooms might have a bathroom you might be able to squeeze into. So yeah, but every situation like that, the hospital may have their own safety plan to follow. Like a school, they may have their own designated tornado safety areas and stuff like that. And again, we're not seeing like one big massive tornado like we've seen like a few of the other days this week. This is more of a transient situation where we're seeing multiple small, but they can be, you know, damaging, but multiple small vortices. I'm kind of bouncing between radar products, but right now it does look like there's a bunch of radar contamination, but there is still a rotation in this cell near Seminary. That looks like still the strongest rotation. There's a bunch of side contamination on this, so it looks really weird, but there is rotation just now east of Seminary, right about where this arrow says. That's just a storm motion arrow near Kelly. That is more of the stronger rotation on that line. There's another rotation that is a little bit further down towards the Hattiesburg area. Let's look at it on a different way. Yeah, to the west of Hattiesburg around Summerall. That may end up going kind of to the north side of Hattiesburg. But anywhere in this warning polygon, you do want to take your tornado safety measures all the way down to areas south and east of Columbus. Yeah, there's rotation right in here near Pickwick. And then we have still the radar indicated tornado warning there. Let me bring this back to my main screen. Okay. They're warning the entire Lake Pontchartrain for water spouts. So you can see the marine warning flashing there in the purple. Yeah, there is a circulation now over the lake that's going to approach areas around Stratter and North Pass and Acres on I-55. Potential water spout there. And then still waiting to get a good look at this. There's a better look. It's at I-12 and 445 near the RV park. That may be on the ground. Can't say for sure, but that may be on the ground there near 445. That's really close to this camera too. Let's go down into this Hattiesburg area. Okay, here's Hattiesburg. It actually looks pretty calm. Once again, kind of calm, quiet. Like we saw in Collins just a little bit ago. It's calm and quiet right ahead of the storm, and then that storm comes up pretty quick. This may be on the ground. It's really hard to say, but I would treat all these like they're on the ground. This is coming towards the Fireside RV Park, Cooper Cemetery, and areas along 445 south of I-12. They've also extended that out to Wallace Landing, Betico, Lee's Landing, and areas here along the lake shore. It's a little less populated south of Route 22, but there are still a decent population that lives out here south and east of Hammond. And then still seeing some rotation in here near Folsom. Yeah, there's a little bit right in here. Approaching the north sides of Folsom. Folsom had that tornado the other day, or about 2 weeks ago. I know, yeah. I was nervous on that yesterday because we had a highway camera at the truck stop right on I-65, and it looked like that absolutely massive tornado was headed right for the highway and right for that truck stop, and it lifted. I haven't seen the full, I'm waiting on the full report on it, but it lifted probably within a mile or two to the west of I-65. And if it came across that truck stop, there was tons of trucks parked there. It would have just been an absolute mass casualty incident. It already was, and first responders worked really well there, but it would have been a really, really disastrous situation. This may have been back on the ground near Franklinton and Spring Hill along State Highway 1072 near Jenkins. That's also working down towards Bogalusa, so continue to take your tornado safety measures there. That is generally kind of riding down Highway 10 and Highway 1072. So Bogalusa back to Franklinton, tornado safe space. And again, I would kind of treat this whole line, because there's all these transient circulations, and some of them they get warned, then they die out, and another one pops up. I would treat this similar to a tornado warning across the board. This is a severe thunderstorm warning, 70-mile-an-hour winds, considerable threat, tornado possible tag on it. That's for St. Helena, St. Tammany, Livingston, Tangipahoa, Washington. That's all in southeast Louisiana, and then Walthall and Pearl counties in southern Mississippi. and that goes until 10 p.m. Central Time. Oh, that's a big warning. That covers a lot of people. That includes Covington, Madisonville, Mandeville, especially the north and west sides of Mandeville, and a lot of heavy trafficked areas along I-12. It's going to be a high populated area. Tornado warning now to replace most of that. Trying to get a camera loaded up. There is a camera right here at I-12 and Covington. All right, there it is. This is at the Chafuncta River Bridge. If anyone knows I-12 here, basically between Covington and Mandeville. But tornado warning, radar indicated tornado warning. It goes until for northwestern St. Tammany Parish until 10 p.m. as well. So basically the same as the warning. It's going to be for that. Yeah, it's this area of rotation along 1077 and Goodby. And let me check. There's also another circulation kind of up here. Yeah, another circulation. That circulation through Folsom. That may be on the ground. That's really hard to see. But this may be on the ground along 1080 north of 25. These are also little mini supercells. I don't see a ton of rotation on them, but there's a little bit of a cluster out in front there. And then back to Hattiesburg. These storms are approaching Laurel. There's still that circulation that came out of the seminary area is in here near Oak Bowery, 588 towards Sand Hill. That will approach areas around Ellisville and Laurel. So Ellisville and Laurel, continue to take your tornado safety precautions. Again, anywhere along this line, Sandersville, even close to Heidelberg. If I lived anywhere like right outside of this warning, I would be in my tornado safe place, all the way down through Hattiesburg. And the good news is here, the rotation, the strongest part of that looks like it's north side of Hattiesburg. Hattiesburg looks like it's going to get a pretty good surge of wind. And we should be able to see that also on our traffic camera. Look how many... look how many cars are on I-12 in this tornado warning. I mean, it's always looks like this, kind of, but that's just a lot of truck traffic. And also, it's spring break for a lot of colleges. I'm a little worried there's people headed to the beaches across Mississippi and Florida and Alabama that may not know that all this is behind them. All right, let's back it out and kind of take a look at this one at a time, just a little bit. We have a circulation to the east of Folsom. The Covington circulation, one coming towards Covington, has broadened a little bit. And it appears like the one in Hammond has also broadened, but that is in here to the west of Madisonville. And then another one that should be probably producing a water spout over Lake Maurepas. And then also that circulation near Franklinton. And there's one also up just on the edge of the radar screen near Varnado. Not all these are producing tornadoes, and possibly right now none of them are, but they can all produce tornadoes in a very quick amount of time. We've seen that within just a radar scan. Some of these have ramped up and also ramped back. We have a tornado warning from Franklinton over to Bogalusa. That is like northern St. Tammany Parish. And then we have the St. Tammany Parish one here to around Lacombe, Mandeville, Madisonville, Covington, and up towards Folsom. And then we have the tornado warning now east of Hammond, southeast sides of Hammond, out to the lakeshore. So that covers the southeast Louisiana storms. Right now, New Orleans, you're okay. And also back towards Baton Rouge, some heavy rain, strong thunderstorms, but you guys are okay. Now, up to Mississippi, southeast of Columbia. Circulation in here along near Pine Bur and Highway 13. And then these do look like they've come down a little bit in intensity near Hattiesburg. But yeah, the rotation is up here, north sides of Hattiesburg, up I-40 or US 49 and Mississippi 42. Yeah, this hasn't made it into Hattiesburg yet. The other circulation is up here near Ellisville. That one has been, looks like a little bit stronger now. That one is decently strong. All right, yeah, I'm going to keep kind of bouncing back and forth between my normal radar product and the one that we're using there. There's one near Hattiesburg, and then, yeah, here's the one between Ellisville and Laurel, kind of on the northwest of Ellisville and west-southwest of Laurel. Continue to take your tornado safe spaces there. This may skirt kind of the northern sides of Hattiesburg, if I had to guess, but just continue to take your tornado safety measures if you're in both those locations. There is a little bit of a circulation also just outside that tornado warning near Heidelberg. Just based on tonight, let's just do it. We've had too many tornado fatalities in the last week. Just if you're in the Heidelberg area, just take your tornado safety precautions for 15 or 20 minutes and just let's just do that before bed. Yeah, because that is a little bit of a beefy end of that storm. Okay, it must have been the Hammond radar because this is all working again. Pretty much. Well, now, I don't know. Yeah. Something's off with that. However, it's interpreting the Hammond radar or something. All right, let's go back to this one. Yeah, it does not like the Hammond radar for some reason. But yeah, there's the rotation just on the northwest side of Hattiesburg. And then here's the rotation coming into the Laurel area, Laurel and Ellisville. Hold on, something in my throat. Okay. Sorry about that. That was not a snack break. I just had to sneeze there for a second, had something in my throat. So, all right, Laurel, tornado shelter, lowest level into your room, away from windows, away from doors. If you have a basement or storm shelter, that's the way to go. But this may be tightening up here, just on the west side of Laurel. And if it does, that's coming into town pretty quickly. basically out along US Highway 84 to the west of town around Pleasant Ridge, and basically east, ever so slightly southeast of straight east. But that is a nasty circulation there. And then we still have the circulation to the northwest sides of Hattiesburg. The lightning has come down on these storms. I have not seen as much lightning flashing above us there. But yeah, the circulation here is just the north. It should be on this camera. If we had lightning, we might be able to see more of a cloud structure to it. But this area is coming into Country Club Estates, Maybank, and then into areas like Sharon Acres. This may skirt just the northern sides of Hattiesburg. Yeah, not seeing as tight of a circulation there. Let's check the latest scan. Going to be near Rawls Springs. Now, good news for Hattiesburg, I don't see many cars here on 49 above us. So this warning looks like it was effective for Hattiesburg. There's some cars, but there's not as many as you would normally see this time of night. And 49 is a really well-traveled highway, so nice to see that people are taking it seriously around Hattiesburg. Hattiesburg is no stranger to tornadoes. There was a tornado there, I don't know, later 2000 or like 2017-ish maybe. Sometime in there. There's been a couple tornadoes in Hattiesburg. Good news for Bogalusa. This has broadened out some. Continue to stay in your tornado safe place there if you're in the Bogalusa area. And then tornado warning continues. Radar indicated tornado warning. Wow, all the way basically to the lakeshore. Rotation there around Madisonville. Yeah, there's the inflow between Madisonville and Bedigo. Hard to say exactly what's going on in here. It doesn't scream tornado, so this likely isn't on the ground, but there's your pretty good inflow notch right in here. And this little thumb feature. Yeah, there's this little thumb feature that sticks out. So the tornado would be hiding like right in there. This will probably produce a water spout. Once it gets over the lake, there's a lot less friction over water than land, and it'll probably just make this thing spin and go a little nuts, but it'll be over the water, so that's a good thing there. That may be the strongest circulation just on the edge of the warning polygon. The other circulation is, the other strong one is the one that's come out of the Folsom area near Bond. There we go, they're going to warn that one up. Observe tornado. Six miles north of Abita Springs. Yeah, Abita Springs need to be in your tornado safe place there. And which one is it? Both of these could be producing. That is the signature there. This is suspicious too. And again, I'm not using my normal radar product. That could be clear air. Does look like it might be clear air. These both could produce. The one is definitely producing. This one here coming towards Weedham and Abita Springs. You guys need to be in your tornado space, safe place. There it is. It is right here. We just got the update and it just jumped. That's moving very quickly. It actually turned towards the east. Waldeem. I think I said Weedham, but Waldeem. You need to be in your tornado safe space. And then this one also might be producing. It's really hard to tell. But right in here, that would be just north of Ramsey. This includes Waldeem, Tallahassee, Abita Springs, down to St. Tammany and Hickory, north of the Pearl River, all in Louisiana there. That is a confirmed tornado warning for Abita Springs and St. Tammany Parish. That's still in St. Tammany Parish there. Pretty large parish. All right, back to Hattiesburg. Don't see anything crazy on our camera yet, which is like right there. That rotation does look like it's weakened, but it's north of Hattiesburg. The main area of rotation. There's still another one, but the storm looks just a little bit weaker coming into Hattiesburg. Still have a pretty beefy storm on the west side of Laurel, coming up through Laurel, Powers, Mount Olive, and Sandersville, and then out towards Mill Creek. Continue to take your tornado safety measures there. And again, New Orleans, this is all north of New Orleans on the North Shore right now. But I bet we'll get some water spouts out of these once I get over the lake. And they're also warning this whole line for tornado possible tags and the 60-mile-an-hour winds. But there's also little mini supercells just out ahead of this too, so we have to kind of see how they are interacting with this. But there's a bunch of sheared little mini supercells ahead of this line, and then there's the line segment of embedded rotations. So still some localized area here where there's a good low-level amount of shear. At the upper levels, it's more parallel. So as this works east, it'll be more of a damaging wind threat. But there's your tornado. It's north of Waldeem, and it's along 1082. It's approaching areas like Bush and Talasheek. And what town is it? This is just Abita Springs area. Yeah, the Abita Springs Golf Club. Gator Ranch there at Abita Springs. Continue to take your tornado safety measures. The interesting thing, this has moved a little bit more easterly in the last couple minutes. Yeah, and they're going to readjust that one. That's a good, really good idea. Bush, Sun, and Talasheek, I'd still be in my safe place. But now Bush, you guys are center line for this storm. That'll also be generally headed towards the Picayune area, so also stay in your safe place there. Or get ready to go to your safe place. Picayune, about 24 minutes. That's going to be about 10 to 10. And then Bush, about 8 minutes. 8 minutes to Bush. Let's see, where else in here? Ellis Field, 20 minutes. Ozona, 25. Carrier and Hawthorne, about 27 minutes. Taking a look at there's another circulation also up top that I also want to go look at. But oop, that went a little nuts. But yeah, there's your area circulation right here. And still showing some CC drops. So that may still also be producing. This circulation is ramping up between Plainview and Stein. Yeah, there's a rotation in here near Plainview, Stein, just south of Lees Creek. And don't think that's on the ground yet, but that one, you can see it's a kind of a little thumb notch. And that one's ramping up there too. So Bogalusa and Point South. Yeah, let's check on Hattiesburg. Radar indicated tornado still continuing. Looks like that area, the main area of rotation is north sides of Hattiesburg. Basically where this camera is, and I don't see anything like crazy right here. Hattiesburg is not cleared yet, though. You guys still are in a tornado warning there. And west of Hattiesburg, already a report of multiple trees down. That could be wind damage, but could also have been a brief tornado. I don't see any CC drop on the Hattiesburg storm. There's two areas of rotation. There's one kind of west of Hattiesburg, west over, and Tall Pines, and then one up towards east of Bushi. There is some contamination there, but the rotation's right basically on Highway 11. And then also the cell near Laurel. Go look at the Laurel cell. That one's a little bit of a messier look. Ooh, very close to producing, I think, on the southeast side of Laurel. That's very close to producing. If you're in the Laurel area up to Sandersville, you need to be in your tornado safe place. And yeah, those storms are coming through the Hattiesburg metro now. Hop back here. That's Covington with the tornado warning in Covington. Here is Hattiesburg. Let's take a look at this one. Pretty strong winds, but at least what I'm seeing right here is they're all basically blowing the same direction. Yeah, they're all blowing the same direction. So right now, those look like more like straight line winds. They're pretty strong, but they are right now more of a straight line wind threat. Up towards Laurel, though, Laurel, Mississippi, right here near I-59 and US 11. That's your strongest area of circulation, approaching Mount Olive and also Sandersville. Oh, and then that is ramped up quite a bit here too. Tucker's Crossing in Antioch. That may be really close to producing. And we're a little far from the radar site too. This area may have some hail as well. So that is that's a tough storm right there. That is very close to producing, I think, a tornado just to the southeast side of Laurel. And hail is also a possibility. They're extending that warning out just a little bit, another hour. Yeah, another hour there east of Laurel. And then let's look at Hattiesburg again. Yeah, that circulation is north of Hattiesburg towards Dragon and Leeville. Doesn't look like it's producing a tornado through Hattiesburg, but continue to stay in your tornado safe place. They've continued warnings out through Sun and then to the Carrier area, that Picayune area. This is all possibly producing tornadoes. At any of these could produce a tornado here in just a very, very brief amount of time. But there's a circulation here, a circulation right about there, and then the one here near Beta Springs. A little bit of a questionable CC right there. That could be producing. That one could be producing. The one just north of the Sun. Yeah, those are all nasty circulations. And come on, drawing tool, behave. Carrier, Ozona, Picayune. I would also be now in my tornado safe space. Northeast sides of Covington through Abita Springs, and especially north of Abita Springs. Continue to stay in your safe place. And then also this circulation near Madison or in Mandeville is also very close to producing. That's right at the Lake Pontchartrain Causeway. That's going to ride right down the lakeshore. So Mandeville, Big Branch, Lacombe into the south and western sides of Slidell. Everybody there needs to be near a safe place. Again, I would be too if I was in this area around 190, especially east of there. On the east side of Covington and Mandeville, towards 59 and 1088. A couple different circulations there. And then I will have to kind of see what this does. I'm interested to see what this does once it crosses the lake, too. New Orleans, you guys are okay at the moment. There's New Orleans down here on your screen, but there are circulations out over the lake that we have to watch. Wow. All right, let me put that camera back. Not seeing a ton there in Hattiesburg. It looks like it is straight line winds, but still not 100% sure. North of Hattiesburg, we don't have something. .51-mile-an-hour winds measured at the Hattiesburg Laurel Regional Airport. Trees down, multiple trees down, Highway 589 and 98 west of Hattiesburg. Let's see, we have trees reported down on Louisiana 10 and South River Road in Roseland. That's the possible tornado there by Roseland that we saw when we came on the stream. Power lines down, Louisiana Highway 43, Livingston. That's also the possible tornado to the northwest sides of Hammond. And let's get back in. Ooh, those are real close to producing. Let's go back up. I saw questions for some other locations. We'll get to those guys in a minute. I just want to go back up and actually switch over to... There's I-12 again. Switch over to the other product that I have, and those are real close to producing just north. Yeah, north of Abita Springs, Highway 40. And then coming, and that's going to be also working east towards Bush again, and back towards Stein and Plainview. Those are both pretty close to producing there. I don't know if that's fully updated either, so we'll stay on this one. Yeah, that's crossing in Highway 21 at Sun, and that may be on the ground. There's some weird CC lowerings around Rio and Sun. This little knot feature right in here. That's clear air. Let's go back down to the Mandeville area. I don't see anything on that CC that screams tornado, but again, these can also happen within a very short amount of time. Still radar indicated tornado warning through Mandeville. Again, it's riding kind of right along the lake shore. So downtown Mandeville and points east and south, Lacombe, Big Branch, and the western neighborhoods of Slidell. You need to be in your tornado safe place. From Mandeville down to Slidell, and then up through, basically up along 59, Picayune, Poplarville. I'd also be worried about that coming up. This rotation has broadened a little bit near Sandersville as it's worked east and north of Laurel. We are kind of right on the edge of the radar there, so let's take a look from the Mobile radar. This is a bit of a radar hole, I'm kind of realizing right now. That's not the best. Yeah, we're really pushing the radars pretty far here. Let me see. Yeah, it's looking up like 4,000 to 5,000 feet. 4,000 feet from the Jackson radar, and about 5,500 feet from the Mobile radar. New tornado warning. This is the radar indicated tornado warning for that cell that's east of Abita Springs. And that's also going to be headed towards areas here along State Highway 36, St. Tammany Corner, St. Tammany, Florinville, Hickory, and then into the Pearl River area. Let me pull a different camera. This is the tornado warned storm. This is 190 at, basically the Causeway approach. If you've gone into New Orleans from the North Shore side, so this is at Mandeville and the Causeway approach. Pretty heavy winds there. Looks like the strongest part of that rotation is right on or just off the lake shore. Although, again, those can recycle. Also, the lake kind of comes back out here. I don't know if you can see on the map very well, but Mandeville's kind of tucked in, and then it starts to jut back out. So if that circulation is kind of right in here and moving east, it's actually going to get back on shore. Lacombe and areas around Slidell, especially west sides of Slidell. Lowest level into your room, away from the doors and windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Not a lot of basements around here, so you just want to make sure you're in that low level, first floor of your house, into your room. Usually it's like a bathroom or a hall closet. If you have a safe room, something like that's even better. But yeah, if you have a FEMA-approved storm shelter, go there. If you don't, just make sure you get to that center of the house, putting as many walls between you and the outside. All right, let's go back up to the north. These happen so fast, these type of QLCS spin-ups, is they can spin up within a radar scan of each other. So we probably have missed a couple small, short fuse touchdowns, but I think we've at least seen the bigger ones here this evening. Calming down a little bit around Hattiesburg, and especially northeast sides of Hattiesburg, up towards Patel, Morristown, and then up towards Whitfield, Ovette, areas along State Highway 15 up to Laurel. Continue to stay in your tornado safe place. New severe thunderstorm warning, 70-mile-an-hour winds, considerable threat for areas around Waynesboro, Richton, and State Line there going into the Alabama. And we did get a question, I think, earlier from Alabama. The Tuskegee area, I don't think you guys are going to be, yeah, Tuskegee, east of Montgomery. Right now, the threat is a little bit lower for Tuskegee. It'd be a late night into early tomorrow morning kind of thing for the Montgomery area. The tornado watch covers areas like Selma, Uniontown, and basically the west side of the state. Here's a look at your tornado watch. It's everything from Selma, Marion, and Utah down to Grove Hill, and then Mobile, and then down into the areas here in Louisiana and Mississippi. So right now, Montgomery, and especially I think north and east of Montgomery, the severe threat is a little bit more limited. A lot of the models have this line still kind of headed south and east. If this line does continue to be south and east, then there's not going to be much past Montgomery to the north. And mostly just some general thunderstorms. If you go to bed, though, just make sure your weather alerts are on. Make sure on your phone settings, make sure you get the weather alerts turned on. And if you have a NOAA weather radio, make sure you make sure that's charged and batteries are in it and it's on and working. But yeah, I think north of Montgomery, the situation is going to be a little bit better. So there is a slight risk that still covers much of the south, the Gulf Coast states in the south. The slight risk of severe weather goes all the way up to Gadsden, covers the Birmingham area up towards Talladega, and still pushes out into areas like Columbus, Georgia. Montgomery is included in the slight risk. At least how it's panning out right now, though, this is the tornado risk. The higher chances of tornadoes are to the south, basically from Montgomery and south. I think this is going to follow more of the pattern of the severe weather, though. The severe weather in general, I think, is going to be somewhat like this. Kind of confined again. Montgomery, maybe down to Albany, Georgia. Kind of in this line here, especially if this complex continues to move more towards the Gulf. We can do that here. We can model it out. We're getting some new tornado warnings, so let's get back to that in a second. But all right, this. So it wants to bring more of a wind threat. Let's take a look and see what other cells are out here. Okay, yeah, it does want to strengthen the cells to the north of this severe complex. So it does want to bring in more of a wind threat into those areas, Tuskegee, Montgomery, up even towards the western Georgia area by like 2 a.m. But your tornado threat is still, I think, going to be further south for the most part. You can always get a quick spin up, but the Gulf Coast area there has the higher end tornado parameters. So that's going to be more of a threat down here for Mobile, Greenville, Monroe, Bay Minette, those sort of areas. And then probably into the Florida Panhandle. This is like 4 a.m. And the model is still running an hour or two behind. Because this model pattern is about 11. But that shows 11 o'clock, Hattiesburg, Laurel, down to the areas in the North Shore. So we're about there now, and it's only 10 to 10. So it's running about an hour behind. So if that was about 4 a.m., it's probably going to be about 3. This area is probably going to be like maybe 2 to 3, 1 to 3 in the morning. And then this area is probably 3 in the morning plus, like 3 to 6 a.m. And then where we are now at about 10. Yeah, this is probably about 10 to midnight or 1 a.m. if you're on the eastern side of this. 1 to 2 kind of range. All right, let's get back to it. Newest tornado warning was for that cell that's coming out of the Laurel area. Still showing a pretty decent circulation in there. Yeah, it's going to be a little bit of a long night. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, just make sure you have a safe place, and let your spotter team know too. There's that cell around Pleasant Grove, and that's gonna be a problem if you are in a forest. That's gonna raise your height level a little bit, because even if it's just a damaging wind threat, that can take down some bigger trees and stuff. So make sure you have a sturdy structure to take some shelter into. Tornado warning there continues. That's for also 70-mile-an-hour winds. Areas around Mill Creek, east of Laurel, 13 miles east of Laurel, and that is Wayne County for Waynesboro. Yeah, seeing rotation in here just along Highway 84, approaching Waynesboro, and some really small communities in here. Boyce, Gretna, basically along and north of 84. The other tornado warning was for the east sides of Hattiesburg, for Forest and Jones counties. And yeah, they're extending the line. The line is capable of producing tornadoes and straight line winds, moving east at 40. The strongest part of those, though, do seem to be east of Hattiesburg. Give it just a couple more minutes there in Hattiesburg. New tornado warning here. Yeah, right at the Pearl River here. Coming towards Picayune. Continue to get to your tornado safe space there. All right, I'm here. I just had to go get a refill in the drink and get a dessert as well. But this is going to be a long night, so strap in, everybody. If you're on the Gulf Coast, definitely strap it in. All right, pause the radar and take stock of what we have here. If you're out towards Hammond and I-55, Kentwood down to Hammond, there's rain and storms, but you're done with the severe weather. If you're in Mandeville, and it looks like east of 190, you want to stay in your tornado safe space a few more minutes. But it looks like this is now moved on towards Lacombe. So especially Lacombe over to Slidell, stay in your tornado safe space. And from 190 west, you're good to go. There is some severe thunderstorms, it looks like, especially south of I-12. But once you get north of I-12 in 190, it clears out around Covington. So you're good to go from Covington up towards Folsom and Franklinton, and then up 25 towards Tylertown. That area, when we started the stream, these are moving really fast. I think they're moving probably maybe even more than 50. But Macomb, Magnolia, Tylertown, Columbia, Kentwood, Amite City, Hammond, Covington, Folsom, and Franklinton past the severe weather threat. There are some more storms. It's going to be a rainy, stormy night, but let me just check. Those are less of a threat. If you're out ahead of this line segment, that's where we have more of a wind threat, as well as embedded tornadoes. That's Camden, Thomasville, Grove Hill in Alabama, Butler, down to Jackson, Citronelle, Mobile, even towards Fairhope. You guys aren't in the tornado watch yet, but there's probably going to be some type of weather watch to the east of Mobile Bay. And then even down towards Dauphin Island. Certainly the Mississippi Gulf Coast from Pascagoula over towards Biloxi, Gulfport Bay, St. Louis. You need to be really on guard here. You guys are basically on deck. And then especially the I-59 corridor from Slidell up through Picayune. You need to be ready to take your tornado safety precautions. Lowest level into your room, away from the doors and windows. Put walls between you and the outside, because these circulations are generally headed towards the I-59 corridor in southern Mississippi. And then it's basically at 59. So let's take a look here and see what we have. Severe thunderstorms are working through Purvis, Brooklyn, and Lumberton. Tornado possible, severe thunderstorm there. But doesn't look as imminently tornadic. A little bit of a circulation near Rock Hill to keep your eye on. And then now east of Hattiesburg is a couple circulations there. There's one north and east of Hattiesburg along State Highway 15, and one east of Hattiesburg along 15, approaching Richton, basically. So Hattiesburg, it'll be clear in a couple minutes, but still stay in your safe place if you're in your safe place. Severe thunderstorms with 70-mile-an-hour winds are possible still working through the Hattiesburg area. It does appear like the tornado threat is shifting east of Hattiesburg, but this area could use a little better radar coverage, so I'm not fully ready to clear Hattiesburg yet. And again, I'm also using my backup radar software, so I'm not quite as comfortable with it, as the other one feels like it's like the back of my hand. So I'm a little bit more... My other radar is working sometimes, so let me see if I can... Oh yeah, Hammond, Louisiana, out of power. That would check out. Yeah, especially north sides of Hammond area got hammered pretty hard. Roseland, trees down on 51. We're going to get probably some decent damage reports in here. Trees down, Commercial Street. Yeah, this may have been a little bit of a tornado damage in here. South River Road. And yeah, the Hammond area, a couple of little circulations went through the Hammond area. Couldn't see anything conclusive on radar through Hammond. You guys are actually at Hammond, just basically too close to the radar site. But the radar is at Hammond, and sometimes that gives us a little cone of silence really close to the radar. And I know we had a tornado warning in Hammond, but it was like at basically the radar or just to the south of that. So we didn't have a really great look at that because it was just too close to the radar. All right, tornado warnings continue there in southeast Louisiana. I just want to check the lake shore. Not as strong of storms on the south side of the lake. So stronger storms still coming over towards Norco and the Bonnet Carry Spillway. That'll be affecting the airport at Kenner in a few minutes, but those don't look as strong as the storms that are up on the North Shore and up along I-59. Yeah, that's going to be... We'll see if they can get power on, because there is a lot of rain, and there's still going to be some rumbles of thunder. It may be just a windy, rainy night, and it's going to be... I feel bad for the power companies. They're going to be struggling a little bit. Let's go back down to this storm near Lacombe. maybe close to producing again. There's the circulation. It's in here along Highway 190, approaching the west side of the Slidell area. Right in here at 190 and Bayou Plaque Estates. Bayou Plaque. I think that's how you pronounce that. The Woods. I can pronounce it there. And then we also have that circulation near Picayune. Continue to take tornado safety precautions there. Looks like things have calmed down a little bit as far as the tornadic circulations. Yeah. Right around Picayune, this is an interesting spot. It's outside the tornado warning, but I would take my tornado safety precautions if I'm in Picayune, out on Highway 43 towards Flat Top. That looks decently tight right there. It's a decently tight area of circulation. And then I do want to check up to the north. Those storms have basically cleared the Hattiesburg area and are now pushing to the east. We've lost that tornado warning up towards Waynesboro. These are slowly, maybe downtrending the last couple minutes. Let's get them out of Mobile and see if that's any different. Still some broad rotation near that Waynesboro storm. And there is still broad rotation in that cell near Richton. It is east of Hattiesburg. And then here's a look. That's at Mandeville. Here's a look at Hattiesburg still. Still heavy rain and wind falling, but not as imminently tornadic. Here is the I-10 at Slidell. So actually dry roads downtown Slidell. But these storms are approaching very quickly. And it looks like that circulation, if it's in here, is actually on the north side of Slidell now. Yeah, that's a new circulation. The old circulation was down here near Old Oak Manor. Here's the old circulation. You can see it here in the tornado warning near Oak Lawn. Watch that as it advances east. It's basically gone. But as that collapsed, we can see near Maud, not much there at 10:03. It's 10:08. So within the last 5 minutes, that has really picked up in intensity right there near Maud. This is radar out of Hammond, and these are winds going towards the radar in the greens, and then the reds are going away from the radar. So we have cyclonic circulation. Counterclockwise is a low pressure in the northern hemisphere. So we see that low pressure of the tornadic low there. Right in there is where those two reds and greens are touching. That's where we look for the tornadic circulation. And this could be close to producing. We'll see it on the next scan. And then on the reflectivity, we can see again, there's this inflow notch in here. This is where the wind is surging out on the southern flank of that inflow notch. And then where those meet, right in there, that's the wrapping circulation. So that looks particularly healthy there on the reflectivity as well as the velocity scan. Again, could be a developing tornado on the north side of Slidell. Looks like they did also reissue that tornado warning around Picayune. Yeah, still radar indicated. Looks like it's basically right over Picayune. Yeah, there it is right here near the Highland Community Hospital, north sides of Picayune, Mississippi. It's about to cross I-59, and that's a really nasty cell there. That one's had the tornado warning for a while too, so that circulation has lasted for a little while, which is a little bit concerning. Here is the well, this is that circulation. This is right here at the hospital. Wow. So yeah, that's the circulation right here. And this also shows you, even if the tornadic circulation isn't necessarily on the ground producing a tornado, the wind field around these little circulations, even though they're small, compact circulations, is still a healthy wind field. So you're going to get some extra wind enhancement around these circulations as well. I know. Looks like, well, okay, if the camera's still standing here, the hospital's probably good. This camera is like at the intersection next to this hospital, so I think we're okay. Maybe starting to see a wind shift here. That indicates the circulation is passing. It looks like the wind is shifting directions. So we're on the back side of this circulation now, which checks out. It would be just crossing the interstate right now. Tell you, Mississippi, your tax dollars pay for some strong cameras. These cameras in Mississippi hardly shake. They seem to produce a stream through some of the nastiest weather that I've seen. So good on Mississippi. I'll put that back in the box and we'll take a look at that here in a second again. Still radar indicated tornado warning. I don't see anything super conclusive right there. So I think Picayune made out without a tornado. That's really suspicious looking, but I think it's clear air. It should be clear air. There is a little circulation just in from there. Let me try and take a look at the other radar product. Boy, that's close to producing, I think. So the big blue ball that you see, that can sometimes look scary because it looks like a debris signature. But you can see here on the reflectivity, that is clear air. The thing I'm actually looking at is the circulation's basically just south of there. And there is some CC lowering right in this area, the yellows and not the deep blues, but this area right in here is a little suspicious looking for the correlation coefficient. That may be producing. If that is, that's right near St. Joe, and that would be going towards Pearlington and areas there along. That's the Space Center as you cross I-10 into Mississippi. Here's a view at the Louisiana state line. This is at the Pearl River. So that may provide an interesting perspective of that storm. Basically down in here, looking this way. So we may be able to see a little more of that storm. It's hard to see because there's trees, though. See, and they issued the tornado warning, and now it doesn't look as tight. That may have just been a very brief spin up. Still seeing that circulation in here. East of Poplarville. We'll keep an eye on that one. And then some good news here. Hattiesburg. Whew. Hattiesburg, you're good. East of town, severe thunderstorm warnings continue. East of Hattiesburg, towards New Augusta, Beaumont, Richmond, out towards Leakesville, and down towards Brooklyn, east of Purvis. The strongest storms now are east of I-59 in the Hattiesburg area. And then also, I guess actually generally east of I-59 all the way through Laurel, Ellisville, Heidelberg, really up through Meridian. They did rewarn, the radar indicated tornado warning for Waynesboro, north of Waynesboro, near Boyce. I think that same circulation, it just ramped back up. Basically riding along US 84 towards Gretna. Matherville is also in that warning. Continue to take your tornado safety precautions north of Waynesboro in Mississippi. And then we'll see what they do if that gets into, that would be into areas around Silas and Coffeyville, into the Alabama side of things. Further north, some strong storms are into Alabama. None of these have been severe warned. But let me just kind of take a look at the line. Yeah, it's not as punchy in here. We'll just watch out for a little of these little notches in here that could rotate, but I think it's a little bit less dynamic of an environment up here. But you'll still get some thunder, some lightning, some gusty winds. That's up along the US 80 corridor, Demopolis, Uniontown, Selma. And we had someone ask earlier about Tuskegee. Hey, Kathy, how's it going? Mobile, yeah, we're kind of waiting for those storms in Mobile. They are roughly, we'll get a timing track on these. This is going to be a rough track, but out towards Wiggins, and we'll say they're at 45. Come on, storm track. There it goes. Mobile, about an hour and a half. Hour and a half to Mobile. Maybe a little bit more for downtown. 70, yeah, it's about 72 miles. So a little more, hour and a half. Saraland, hour and a half. Out towards Sems, about an hour. That's west of Mobile. And then if you're really west of Mobile, like the state line, it's going to be about an hour. And then let me get a different track. We'll just we'll redraw one up here. Loosedale, about 47 minutes. And then on the southern end, Biloxi about 45 minutes, and then Gautier about an hour. It's down by Pascagoula. Dauphin Island, hour and a half kind of range. Mobile's going to get storms. And potentially some severe storms, kind of like we've been dealing with embedded tornado circulations. These aren't the long track ones. These aren't ones that we can. Sometimes that's good, but sometimes that's also bad. I can't say there's like a tornado here and it's going to be on this center line track, because it just ends up, the circulation doesn't last more than a couple miles. Like last night, I called out some towns 40 miles away because we saw that storm was going there. This is not one of those nights, so it's a little bit trickier for those kind of lead times. Just basically, if you're on the leading edge of this line, you just kind of have to be ready to take your tornado safety precautions if you're on the edge of this line. I'm going to keep that up. I do want to go over to my usual radar setup just because I'm more familiar with it. Although I could probably use the practice on the backup system, but it seems to be working again, so I'd rather just go with it since we do have tornado warnings. And I'll play around with the backup system on a day that there's not super crazy weather. Still rotating in here. Some of this is radar contamination. We're looking up like 5,000 feet in near the Waynesboro area, but in general, we can see winds going away from the radar here and towards the radar here. So the circulation is actually right in here. It's riding along US 84 between Gretna and Matherville. Yeah, it's picked up just a little bit. This is some contamination, but this is actually showing a little bit of those outflow winds from the storm on the rear flank. So that could be some damaging winds coming on the south side of this circulation. And again, no tornado warning yet, but Emory, Isney, and Bollinger, Alabama, you guys need to be aware of that storm. Just on the other side of the county line there. Actually, yeah, you can see it pretty good. Kind of using it to compare to. You can see it pretty good in this one too. And maybe I'll keep using the backup system for now. There's US 84. Gilbertown. That's also another community out there. Gilbertown, keep an eye on this cell. If it gets close to that state line, I'm guessing they'll just rewarn it. And if that does get stretched out, that probably is something like Silas to Gilbertown. All right, severe warning storms through New Augusta, Richton. A little bit of a circulation here near Henderson, Mississippi. That's going to come up towards Battles and State Line. And Hattiesburg, you guys are clear of the severe warning. So Hattiesburg, good to go. And then severe warnings down 59 to Picayune, where we have that radar indicated tornado warning still. Ooh, that might be producing. It's very close. That's the right scan. 1 velocity, 23. Very close to producing that. Maybe on the ground near Flat Top. It's really hard to tell because it's right at the leading edge of where there's clear air, which also makes these really hard to detect because we get the clear air contamination on the correlation coefficient. But if this is the leading edge of the clear air, that may be tucked back in. Yeah, that's potentially on the ground. So Catahoula, you guys really need to be in your tornado safe space there. That's going to be also Highway 43 north of Kiln, coming out of the areas around Bay St. Louis. There's I-10 in Mississippi. This is where is it? This is over by Kiln at 43, Highway 43, and I-10. So that's a good spot. We can see this circulation coming towards this camera. Back to Slidell and just make sure everything's good in Slidell. There's a little bit of circulation to the north sides of Slidell, still Davis Landing. This is out of over the Pearl River Basin, though. So an issue for the Space Center, but it's like less of an issue for Slidell. Couple circulations, not circulations, but there is some shear right in this area on the east side of Slidell. This is picked up just a little bit on the last scan. Crawford Landing and points to the east of Crawford Landing. Actually, let's go back real quick. Right at our camera here, this is going to be... This is an intensifying circulation just north of our camera position at the state line at the Pearl River. Our camera is looking off that direction. It's going to be hard to see, though, because it looks like it's getting pounded with rain pretty hard. But this is I-10 eastbound at the Pearl River. And yeah, circulation is picking up on the velocity scan. Let me see if I can get it from the other... Slidell is actually in a pretty good spot because we can get Mobile radar and the Hammond radar. Not seeing it as clear there. Yeah, the Hammond radar shows it more. That one I think is also pretty close to producing if it's not already. Little correlation coefficient drop in that storm. Those two are both pretty close to producing. There's still a bunch of circulations in this line segment. So I'm just curious about a few of them. Doesn't say there's anything on the ground, but a little bit of a circulation there. There's the tornado warning circulation. That is the strongest, I think, right there. East of Picayune, it's over the Pearl River Basin. There's another circulation here. That may be artifacting. I don't think that's one. And then it does appear like there's another one near Wiggins or north of Wiggins to keep your eye on. So still on the leading edge here. There's some interesting circulations. Again, they're very transient, so they don't last very long. But keep an eye on all those. This has weakened as it's about to cross the state line just north of Highway 84. And I don't see a new tornado warning issued yet on that cell. So it looks like they're just going to maybe let it ride since it's it has kind of weakened and broadened, but it's near Emory on the state line. So keep an eye on that cell. Just be cautious of it if coming up towards Gilbertown, Alabama. Also that area around Silas. The wind is picking up a little bit at that camera position, so I'm just interested in that. And I also just want to check, since it quieted down just a little bit, I just want to see if there's some updates from the National Weather Service, just to get some latest things. Okay, that's weird. Now this one isn't updating for some reason. All right, we did get a new tornado warning. Looks like 2 of them. Yeah, for those areas that I was talking about just a few minutes ago. They're warning that circulation on the Pearl River approaching I-10. That's, yeah, basically at this camera. And then on the other side, the Space Center, they are warning that other circulation near Flat Top. The one that could be on the ground, that one's really tricky to say. It's right along the leading edge. So there's clear air here where my hand is, but there's some CC lowering back here near Beyondville Drive that looks a little interesting. And they've also warned this this circulation here near Crane Creek in Mississippi. Severe warned storms near Wiggins coming up through the DeSoto National Forest. Tornado possible tag. Ooh, that one is interesting at Camp Shelby. Starting to see more rotation picking up on this cell. You can also see there's that little thumb that's hanging out. That in these types of QLCS situations always usually indicates a little bit more tight area of rotation, a little more focus to the rotation. And that would be right here at Camp Shelby. Yeah, that camera's getting rocked pretty good there. That's I-10 eastbound, near that tornadic circulation. I don't think that position is going to be quite in the circulation, but still a pretty nasty cell. Tornado possible tag, severe thunderstorm warnings continue through Waynesboro. Okay, they did extend the warning. St. Stephen's, Coffeyville, Silas, Gilberttown, and Needham. That's all a severe thunderstorm warning, capable of producing tornadoes, though. Choctaw, Washington, Clark, and Wayne counties in southwest Alabama. Oh, and Wayne counties in Mississippi. Sorry. Some strong storms also coming up toward Linden, Alabama. No warnings on those yet, but keeping an eye on those. So there's a look at everything. That's basically, that's the severe weather we have right now. Let me just double check. 5 severe thunderstorm warnings, all in Mississippi, except the one that we just went over into Alabama. And then we have 3 tornado warnings. Right now they're all radar indicated. Hancock County. 3 are in Hancock County, and the one is straddling Hancock and St. Tammany Parish. So right there at basically the Pearl River. What a night. So if you're on the Mississippi Gulf Coast, this is headed your way. If you got spring breakers down there, you might want to just give them a heads up. Let them know there's some pretty nasty storms. Those will sweep across the Mississippi Gulf Coast this evening. What time is it? It's 10:34 in the Central Time Zone. So if anyone's there for spring break, they're still awake. They're still awake. And then we do have stronger storms approaching Grove Hill and Millry. Coffeyville. We'll continue to follow those along Highway 84. This was that tornadic cell earlier. This is a bit of a radar hole in western and west central Mississippi. Yeah, we're getting radar out of Mobile. And that kind of is the closest radar. But just to give you an idea, that's looking up. That's looking up 8,000 feet at Gilberttown. So we're looking at kind of like broad mid-level rotation where a lot of the tornadic activity is going to be towards the bottom of that cloud, and we're missing out on that. So we really have no idea what low-level rotation is going on. And then we also really can't see the ground level for any of this correlation coefficient, so there could be a tornado, and it could be picking up debris in the cloud. You know, down here, it could be picking up debris, but our radar beam is up here at 8,000 feet. And it could be lofting debris to 5,000 feet, and we're not going to see it on radar. So that's a big problem out here. We just don't have a great look at that storm. They are going to warn that other area of circulation. I think we called out, oh yeah, the one near Camp Shelby or Fort Shelby, that is now getting a tornado warning. The cell to the south, to the north of Wiggins, is also pretty perky. We may have some cameras that way too. Let me take a look at a couple things. Luckily, that area is low population until you get over towards McLean and areas there along 98. Here's Wiggins. This is just south of that circulation, and it is it's hammering this camera pretty good at Wiggins. Likely a tornado on the ground at Camp Shelby. There's a tornado debris signature right there. And that doesn't look like it's in the clear air. The clear air is out this way on the radar. That looks like a tornado debris signature. Camp Shelby there and Progress Road. And then that's going to come out towards areas around McLean. You guys need to be in your tornado safe space. McLean and Leaf. Yeah, McLean and Leaf. You guys need to go to your tornado safe space. That's going to be George, Perry, and Greene counties in southeast Mississippi, moving east at 30 miles an hour. I think we got that going a little fast. Let's go 35. About 10 to 15 minutes towards Leaf, Royce, McLean, and Little Creek. Again, that's a tornado over Camp Shelby. A couple other circulations in here. I don't see that one on the ground. And don't see that one on the ground. Let's go look at our other one. That one has weakened over the Space Center. And I don't see any CC there either. Here we're in a little closer. Strong storms pushing through New Orleans right now, but those are sub-severe, just barely. It's going to be 50 mile an hour winds. Yeah, 50 to 55 mile an hour winds. 57 is the cutoff for a severe warning. So these could go severe anytime across the New Orleans metro. Good news is hail threat is low tonight, and I don't see a lot of circulation in this particular part of the storm. The other problem is New Orleans tends to flood whether there's severe storms or not. If this sits over New Orleans too long, you'll get a flood warning. And let's see how this is moving. Yeah, that's not great. It's kind of stalled out right in this area. So that's going to be a flash flood threat for New Orleans. So please turn around, don't drown. Seek higher ground if you're in one of those low-lying flash flooded prone areas. I would guess in the next couple of minutes we'll see a flash flood warning out for New Orleans. Bunch more damage reports coming in. Emergency management reports trees down at 190 and Hart Road in Hammond. Emergency trees down at Yoakum Road and I-12. That was right by that camera that we had earlier. Trees down at Macedonia Road in Springfield. Emergency management at Canillo Road, West Hammond. And yeah, we had someone on earlier that said the power was out in Hammond. So pretty nasty line of storms working through. Some tornado damage reports up here north of Amite City and west of Hammond. None of that screams tornado. The damage reports that we just got from Hammond, that sounds like wind damage, but we just don't know. And then some new reports west of Hattiesburg. Power lines down. Laurel, storm spotter reported multiple trees down at Laurel on Highway 15. Impassable, possible tornado. That was that circulation on the southeast side of Laurel that we were talking about. Trees down at County Road 23 in Jasper County. So yes, beyond the tornado threat, there's a broad area of wind, and that is basically approaching the Mississippi Gulf Coast and also up towards areas to the southeast of Meridian, west of Grove Hill, Alabama, just crossing into the Alabama state line, down towards state line, and then back into Mississippi, southeast Mississippi, and the Mississippi Gulf Coast. Just a broad area of damaging winds, 60 to 70 miles an hour, kind of generally possible in that line of storms. Not everybody's going to see that. It's going to be focused points like the areas right around the circulations, or also these Boeing segments that we can see in here. These little Boeing segments are areas where there can be concentrated areas of wind. And then certainly if you're in or around one of these tornadic circulations, that also enhances the wind field in a very localized area around the circulations. This turned out to be a busy night. I'm still seeing an upper level circulation here near Gilbertown. Just one of those things, we just can't see what's going on the ground level. So unless we get a storm spotter report or law enforcement reports a tornado, it's just really hard to tell what's going on. And it's not quite strong enough at the upper level where they would pull a tornado warning on it yet. It's starting to get there again, though. Keep an eye on that storm north of Coffeyville. And then this was potentially a radar indicated tornado. I don't see it anymore. It looks like it's back to radar indicated. Yeah, it went away very quickly. So I don't think that one's on the ground right now. If it is, it'd still be kind of in that area around Progress Road. Yeah, I don't see it on the ground anymore. And that little thumb kind of notch feature is not there anymore. Now we do have a new little notch feature that's also developing near Wiggins and east of Wiggins. Deep Creek, Bendale, and Riverview Estates and Crossroads. Keep an eye on that cell. These three storms look a little less tornadic. Just want to check up here real quick, just make sure nothing's crazy going on here. There were some tornado warnings and some damaging wind across parts of the Baltimore, Washington area earlier. I think probably most of this is going to be tree damage reports. Yeah, trees down. A lot of trees down Fredericksburg and areas west of Baltimore. A couple tornado warnings. Didn't look like anything was touched down. Like South Jersey got a bunch of tree damage reports. 54 mile an hour winds. 55 mile an hour winds. Yeah. All right, some good news. I can clear some people. If you're west of I-59, you're going to be good to go. So Meridian, Laurel, Hattiesburg, especially west of Hattiesburg, Picayune, St. Tammany, and all of the southeast Louisiana parishes like around the Hammond area. St. Tammany, what is that one? I forget what county that is. At the areas around Franklinton. and then Tangipahoa Parish there. Those are all good on the North Shore. Still a severe weather threat down on the southern shore, New Orleans, and then also out to the mouth of the Mississippi. There is a tornado watch that goes all the way to the Gulf Coast in southeast Louisiana, so continue to pay attention there. And then, yeah, southeast Mississippi along the Gulf Coast, still a wind and tornado risk for the next couple hours here, including Mobile. Wow. Okay, we're down to the one tornado warning. That's good to see. The one that I think briefly touched down in the fort at Fort Shelby there. If it's slowed down a little bit. If it's in here, it's still in that area around Progress Road, and generally headed towards Leaf, Royce, McLean, Benjo, and Avent. Get a new track on this one. Still about 10 to 12 minutes to get out to the those areas that's kind of the next populated area in the warning polygon. Yeah, I think you're kind of still in the base area, so it's I think just kind of wilderness out there, but that's Mississippi Route 57, also called the Choctaw Road, it looks like. There's another little circulation north of there. That's also an interesting one. Yeah, that one's ramping up a little bit near Arlington Road, and that would be coming towards Wilson, Neely, Bradley, Jonah, and potentially Leakesville. Keep an eye on that out towards Leakesville. They're also going to warn the Gulf Coast here. There still is a little bit of a circulation in here near Diamond Head. Keep an eye on that one as it heads towards generally Gulfport and Long Beach. But those don't look quite as feisty. It looks like we might have a little bit of a focused tornado corridor up here near McLean and towards Leakesville. I feel like that area gets quite a bit. Kind of waiting on those storms. This is in that Diamond Head area. So we'll see if we get... storms are closing in pretty quick. Tornado warning continues there. McLean and Leaf. That is in George, Perry, and Greene counties. Tornado was located 8 miles southwest of Beaumont or 16 miles northeast of Wiggins, moving east at 30. Yeah, so it's still in that area. I don't know if 30 is... It's been in that area since we saw the warning. Might be even slower than 30, but if it is in here, it's going to be... Yeah, it's still in here. It is rotating less, though. It's weakened a bit. We may start to get a new area, looks like. This seems to be weakening. That's on the downtrend, but there's a new surge of wind in here that's potentially some serious wind near Deep Creek. This is another one of those little bulges that could have that 70-mile-an-hour wind in it. And it's going to try and tighten up on the north side of that. So we'll wait for this surge to kind of surge out a little further and see if it kind of localize along that shear line. That would be towards Merrill, Bexley, and Avant. Tomorrow, South Carolina, you're going to be, it's going to be a morning threat. Looks like, let's take a look. There is a marginal risk for some severe weather tomorrow. Right now, the Storm Prediction Center does not list a tornado risk. It looks like it's mostly a marginal risk for some damaging winds. And we can pull that over. Let me pull over the models. New tornado warning coming out, so we'll get to that in just a second, too. Basically, these storms are going to go all night. Less of a tornado risk, though, once they get up into central parts of Alabama. It's going to be more of a wind risk towards Montgomery, all the way up into the Atlanta area. And then this is like at 3 a.m., getting through the Atlanta metro. Weakening as they get through Atlanta into the central parts of Georgia, but that's about 6 or 7 a.m. And then from there, we'll kind of see if they get reinvigorated. That's about 10 a.m. Eastern. We could have some stronger storms from South Georgia, the Valdosta, Waycross area, approaching areas like Savannah, and then into kind of working across the Piedmont part of South Carolina. And then we'll see through the day if they can get a little bit of instability out ahead of them. There's a chance, especially like northeast South Carolina and up towards like that area again with like North Carolina, Fayetteville, and even like Columbia, South Carolina, that area could have some stronger storms, kind of late morning to early afternoon. And this particular model wants to kind of reinvigorate those through Pinehurst. And yeah, that Fayetteville area by maybe noon, 1 a.m. or 1 p.m. kind of thing. And then eventually they'll kind of work into a little less favorable environment. So basically between like 2 p.m. and about like 7 or 8 until about 2 p.m. is the threat for storms across South Carolina. But yeah, mostly a wind threat. And then we're done like with storms for quite a while. Some pretty heavy snow is possible across Michigan, especially upstate Michigan, the UP, the northern Lower Peninsula, and even some areas here in the Northeast that got some storms today. May get some wintry weather tomorrow. And I saw a couple storm chasers that were left over from the storms yesterday in Illinois. There was some snow flurries around the Chicago area today. So Chicago got severe thunderstorms yesterday and snow today. Not accumulating, but still just shows you the big switch in the weather. Just on that model, this area might have a little bit more of an enhanced severe weather threat. Kind of that central South Carolina up to the Fayetteville, North Carolina area. Again, nothing too bad, mostly a wind threat, but if storms can get a little bit of that daytime heating out of front and a little bit of extra energy off the Atlantic, they might be able to get a little juicier there. All right, we did get a new tornado warning. It's for that cell that we've been following for a while. It was tornado warned earlier. Choctaw and Clark counties in southwest Alabama, capable of producing a tornado over 6 miles east of Gilbertown, and that is 18 miles south of Butler, moving east at 40. It's just so hard to see what's going on in there, but Oh yeah, it kind of localized at least a couple minutes ago maybe, but there's a little bit more of a circulation. Seems to have disappeared some. Still in here, it doesn't look as tight as it was earlier, but again, we're looking up about 8,000 feet, so that may be just a little peak of it. And yeah, I'm guessing the National Weather Service saw that if it's that strong in the mid levels, then it's got to be stronger and tighter on the low levels. So good idea on the warning. Coffeeville and areas like Center Point, McIntyre, West Bend, Alabama. Tornado safe place. That's the lowest level interior room there. We lost that camera at Diamond Head. Let me see if I can get that back on. Oh, that's why. The storms are rocking and rolling pretty good there. Check our other tornado warning. It was radar indicated, and I do think it is cycling. Looks like the newest area of circulation is south of Leaf. This was the old circulation on the northern side. It came across Camp Shelby. Looks like it produced maybe a brief tornado near Camp Shelby. But then, as we noted earlier, that surge was starting to surge out on the bottom flank of this storm. And it looks like that has surged out a bit, and it's trying to tighten a new area of circulation just west of Leaf and Benjo and Avant. If that tightens up anymore, I would guess we'll get a new tornado warning that probably includes Loosedale. So heads up on the Loosedale, Mississippi side of things. And we'll see if that gets added in there. There it goes. Look at that. Yeah, no problem. Thanks. We have not covered South Carolina much, so we'll see. Tomorrow I'll be around. I'll be in at least standby mode. If things get a little feisty, especially if it gets a little more than isolated. If we get a few different cells, then I'll pop on too. But South Carolina, yeah, you guys have been kind of quiet for severe weather last year anyway. All right, so they are going to warn that new cell or the new circulation. Perry County and Greene County in southeast Mississippi. And that is that storm 10 miles south of McLean or about 13 miles west of Loosedale, moving east at 40. Again, that's riding basically along Highway 98 from the Hattiesburg area eventually into the Mobile area. So that's a pretty well-traveled highway. Wow, what is going on with this camera? I think it's just raining so hard it's all blurred out. I might have to switch that camera. I think we have a camera up towards Loosedale. Let me look. We do. I guess I didn't realize that the one stoplight in Loosedale after maybe 11 or 10 at night does go to a flash. So, all right, yeah, this is basically west of Loosedale, coming towards you guys near Benjo and Merrill, Bexley. Again, it's basically riding down Highway 98, south of McLean. This is 98 that comes in here, and that circulation is just off to the southwest of 98. You can see kind of right out ahead of the storms. It's not that. We saw this on a couple of the other cameras. It's actually fairly calm right out in front of these storms. A little bit of water on the roadway. There's a little shower that's kind of around the Loosedale area, but very quickly it's going to go downhill pretty quickly. Oh, that's really annoying on this camera. The car light just kind of I don't like the angle of this camera, but it is kind of in the tornado warning, so we'll go with it until I get annoyed with it. Yeah, still seeing circulation in here. It's not quite as tight as some of those other circulations, but definitely take your tornado safety precautions. Again, this is Greene, Perry, and George counties in southeast Mississippi. And then keep an eye on this for Mobile County. Mobile County is a massive county. I think it's like bigger than the state of Rhode Island. It goes like all the way up here. It's a massive county. In the east, it'd probably be like 4 or 5 different counties, like cut in half, like on the east coast out of like the Jersey area. But instead, it's one big county. Looks like the main threat right now would be kind of that northern Mobile County, north of Mobile, as the storms are kind of slagging back across the Biloxi area. And we did get a new tornado warning there. This is again for that area on Diamond Head. Bay St. Louis, past Christiane, White Harbor, Long Beach. All right. Our other camera's working again, so that's good. This is at Diamond Head, so really close to this circulation. Looks like that circulation is basically over the interstate right now. Capable of producing tornadoes and straight line winds over Diamond Head, moving east at 25. Radar indicated rotation. Oh yeah, while we were looking at that other tornado warning, it kind of peaked again. It started to kind of peak back up around Texas Flat Road. And then it weakened again, and now it's kind of back. It's right there at basically this camera location at 43 that goes up towards Kiln and Nickel Road. Let me take that a little bigger. I just want to see what's going on in this storm. Yeah, so that's headed towards areas like Bay St. Louis, past Christiane, White Harbor. It's really hard to see exactly what's going on in there. I don't think the circulation's on the ground. I'm just kind of looking for power flashes and stuff. All right, still don't see anything on the ground. That camera is still kind of blurry. We'll just kind of put that back in its corner for now. And it's kind of weakened a little bit. Still in there near Diamond Head, though, so keep an eye on that storm. And then let's go back to our storm near Loosedale. And we'll go back to our stoplight. Don't see anything on the correlation coefficient that indicates it's on the ground. The good thing is, too, we're getting closer to the Mobile radar. So not looking up very high right there. And yeah, if we compare that, that's only about 1,000 feet, 1,400 feet. So if there's any kind of somewhat significant tornado, we would be seeing debris. And then back up to this storm, north of Coffeyville. Just really hard to see exactly what's going on in there. Still circulation. North sides of Coffeyville. Definitely want to be in your safe place. And then that's headed over towards Center Point and McIntyre. Ooh. Just want to kind of... a little bit of a bigger population to the east. So about anywhere from Thomasville, Fulton, and down towards Grove Hill need to be aware of that storm. Yeah, again, about a half hour that gets to the or US 43 corridor, and then also that's where it meets 84 at Grove Hill. That's a pretty populated area. And yeah, again, no tornado warning yet. Just kind of keep an eye on it. That one's one to watch. Oops, wrong setting there. Getting our first warning all the way down in the deep southern parts of Louisiana, down on the bayous. Tornado possible tag. This is for Jean Lafitte County, or parish, sorry. Or no, I guess it's not. St. Charles, Terrebonne, Jefferson, Lafourche, and Plaquemines Parish. Not a ton of population out here. John Lafitte is in here. And then also in the warning is Chauvin and Golden Meadow, Cutoff, Louisiana. A couple bigger communities right in this area. Surprised we have not had that flash flood warning I thought we would get for New Orleans. With all the heavy rain, that is usually a flash flood threat. There's a new circulation that's tightened up to the north of our other circulation, so they're going to warn both of those. Yeah, you can kind of see both of them getting a little... well, actually, the one is really gone. Just another one of these QLCS situations where the one has basically ended, and then there's a new circulation that just started to form. And they're just so more transient than the supercellular features, where you get a cyclic supercell, and it's a pretty typical pattern a lot of times that they'll cycle. This isn't really cycling. These are just new ones popping up. It's just kind of a little tornado whack-a-mole game, and as one kind of dies off, the next one pops up. They're in similar environments, so they take advantage of the same shear and wind profiles in the atmosphere. This one is going to cross it into Mobile County, so Alabama into it. This is far northwestern Mobile County, though, not anywhere close to Mobile. And that is for also southwestern Washington County in Alabama and southeastern Greene County in Mississippi. And that has quickly ramped up in intensity, so I wouldn't be surprised if that tries to produce. Might be producing... it's hard to tell, but right in here it looks a little weird. Leakesville, Vernal, Old Highway 63, Browntown, Pisgah, and then over towards Jeffries Highway, Citronelle, kind of right on the edge of the warning polygon. You may not need to go to your tornado safe spot yet in Citronelle, but definitely keep an eye on that storm. That's basically, I don't know, yeah, basically kind of west of US 45 there from Citronelle. I'd start to get ready to go to my safe place just in case that one holds on. It's a pretty tight area circulation. Just like we saw with some of these other cells, the southern flank of this, we're seeing 70 plus mile an hour winds in those blue colors. So that's going to be some really damaging wind on the southern flank of this, and then your tornadoes sitting up right in this area here. They've issued a new, I don't know, not tornado possible tag, but they've issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for Mobile County, George County as well, in southeast Mississippi, and then southeastern Greene County. They've worn that really far out in front, just to cover the whole situation. There is also another circulation that's showing up in the outside of the tornado warning around Gibson Landing, so keep an eye on that one. Couple circulations again showing up in this cell. I'll still kind of highlight that one near Loosedale, but that one's backed off a little bit. And yeah, this one is interesting. This may be on the ground. A little bit of a weird correlation coefficient drop in there. Right on the leading edge. That may be on the ground right in here. It's really hard to tell again. It's right on the leading edge between the clear air, but it does kind of correlate with that rotation, that tighter area of rotation. That very well could be on the ground. It's very hard to tell. Kind of wait on the next scan, and we'll see if the next scan, if that deepens or moves. Also waiting for the next radar scan to see if that one tightens up. That would be, again, west of Gibson Landing. And then out towards Diamond Head. Still seeing some rotation in here. It's basically over the eastern side of Bay St. Louis, Delisle, and then approaching Long Beach and White Harbor. So here is Long Beach. That's right along the beach boulevard there. So right along the Gulf. Actually, calm out in front of that. That one is backed off a little bit. Still a tornado possible warning over most of this area. There's a couple areas of rotation also showing up in there. Gulfport, Biloxi. Just kind of be ready to go to your safe place. Not a tornado warning, and there's good news is there's not a lot of hail showing up in this storm. It's mostly just a tornado threat. Yeah, they're going to drop the tornado warning for that area. Maybe. Well, now it just popped back up. They may have reissued it. Just, now I'm guessing they're going to drop it. There's nothing really rotating right there anymore. We'll wait a second and I'll confirm that in a few minutes. Let's go back up and take a look at these storms. There's still 3 in here. That one there, Loosedale, has re-intensified. Oh, that's likely a tornado also. Bud Howard Lane is going to be just west of Loosedale. So dark on those cameras. This is looking towards that storm, but there's a gas station right there, and that's all that bright light is the gas station. So, if it was a better lighting situation, you could look for power flashes and stuff. So the best we have is looking towards the west. Might be able to see some stuff, but that is likely a tornado on the ground right there, just to the northwest side of Loosedale. And then I do want to check up here. I don't see that one as that one was the suspicious one a few minutes ago near Vernal, and we were waiting on another scan. That may have been on the ground as well. See how it kind of went away? It's pulled to the north. And now it's dissipated. That may have been briefly on the ground as well. North of Vernal. Right here, it's not here. And then the next scan, yeah, that's when we saw it. I think that may have briefly touched down too. And then it's gone. Just poof. It just disappears. It's these QLCS situations are just little whack-a-mole games. That has weakened near Bud Howard Lane, but that could easily be still on the ground. Nope, there it is. It's back. Newest scan came in just near Bud Howard Lane. That is likely on the ground near Loosedale. Continue to stay in your safe place. Loosedale, Leaksville. And for now, that third circulation down near Gibson Landing has weakened. But still seeing, those are the general 3 circulations. But this one is the one that might be on the ground currently. I'll star that one. This one looks like it's trying to refocus and re-intensify. So keep an eye on that one. Again, that's going to be from Vernal, south of Leaksville, just on the edge of your screen. And then Citronelle is up here on the Alabama side of things in northwest Mobile County. And then the other radar indicated tornado warning is the area up near Thomasville. We called you guys out a while ago that it was going to be coming towards that Thomasville, Grove Hill, Fulton corridor. They've warned it a little more towards the east, which is fine. And again, we're in a radar hole, so it's really impossible pretty much to see what's going on up there. But we can see broad level rotation. So Thomasville, Fulton, continue to stay in your safe place up there in southwest Alabama. Severe thunderstorm watches cover that whole line, basically from Linden and Sweetwater, Alabama, all the way down through areas around Mobile, and especially northwest sides of Mobile, through Biloxi, Gulfport, and then they skip a little bit across the New Orleans metro. Still some strong storms southeast sides of New Orleans, and then out towards Golden Meadow and Chauvin. Not as much population out here. Some of the strongest storm is kind of over the one populated corridor from Lockport to Golden Meadow, including Cutoff, Louisiana. Let's see. Yeah, we're getting that from the Mobile radar. This is backed off pretty significantly, but still tornado warning continues. Diamond Head over to Long Beach. Watching a little rotation there northwest of Biloxi. This may have lifted. It may still be in here. There's still some CC lowering that's interesting. It's along Fig Farm Road, basically coming into the west sides of Loosedale. See the wind on the camera. It's a tricky camera to see, but let me blow it up so you guys can see it a little better. So the wind that's coming across the camera, this is looking to the west. So we're seeing the wind basically on the backside of this circulation, which would check out that we're seeing winds going towards the radar. If the circulation is still on the ground, it's basically over Loosedale, but I don't see a correlation coefficient drop anymore. So if it is in here, it's still very weak, but I do think it produced to the west of Loosedale and then may have lifted right before town. Yeah, this might be the start of it right here near Bud Hollow Lane. And then, yeah, that was, I think, a quick little tornado. Still maybe in here just on the west side of Loosedale. And then it diminished pretty quickly around Fig Farm Road. This is clear air. Yeah, the little ball up there, that's clear air, not a debris signature. And if it did lift and weaken, that also kind of shows on radar on the velocity. It does not look as tight anymore like it did just a few minutes ago on the west side of Loosedale. Still in here, there still is an air rotation. It just doesn't look as tight. Still a nasty storm. All right, let's oh yeah, the cars passing there. You can really see the wind. All right, we'll put that back in its box. To the north, that other possible tornado is south of Leakesville. Some really strong wind also showing in here. This is on Old Highway 63. And then also crossing the current Highway 63. That is potentially, it looks like some 70, 80 mile an hour winds right in here along this circulation. So again, if you're not getting the immediate tornadic circulation, you still could be getting some really enhanced winds around these. I'll do a couple of different swaths here just to kind of cover a lot of population, but 30 minutes to Citronelle, about 50 minutes to Mount Vernon, and about 50 or so minutes to Satsuma on the northern sides of Mobile. Citronelle here, Mount Vernon here, and Satsuma. Saraland, also about 50 minutes. That's if the line continues to go more east, which some of it looks like it might, but I definitely want to redraw this and put it a little more southeast to cover more of Mobile County and more of the populated area. is basically from 98 on in. So yeah, I definitely want to cover you guys. SEMS, about 35 minutes. And then if holding into Mobile, about an hour, 59 minutes into Mobile. It would be a similar similar time for the airport out in western Mobile County. That is basically at the radar site. So that is the Mobile airport out here, about 35 minutes. And then it'll basically kind of follow Old 98 kind of into town from the northwest. So that's a good look at it. It does trail back quite significantly across southern parts of Mississippi, but not as severe. You can see the line is more broken up over here. Still some strong storms coming into Biloxi, Gulfport. Those have downtrended a little bit, so that's a good sign to see. Unfortunately, it looks like some of the strongest storm now is kind of poised to go into the Mobile area, then also into southwest Alabama right now. Looks like we have some strong storms coming towards Montgomery around Selma. Keep an eye on those. They've kind of broken off from the line and are moving a little more easterly. A little bit of a wind surge surging out near Valley Grande and Selma. That may get over towards Pine Level and Prattville. But again, north of that corridor, that's US 80 around Selma. It should be mostly a wind event if there's a damaging wind in here. Yeah, US 80 kind of runs like this. And essentially most of our tornado watch is below US 80. Mobile, the National Weather Service out of Mobile just posted that they are watching multiple tornado warnings and severe thunderstorm warnings in effect for the area late this evening. And Mobile, the National Weather Service office there says if you're in a warning, seek shelter immediately, get in, get down, and cover up. I like that. I might steal that from them. Looks like the National Weather Service is discussing a new tornado watch. This would be a downstream tornado watch for, again, the hail is not a big issue. Tornadoes and damaging wind gusts. A new tornado watch will likely be issued in the next hour, and that would be for southeastern Alabama, southwestern Georgia, and into the western Florida Panhandle, and also Baldwin County in Alabama on the east side of Mobile Bay, which is not currently in a tornado watch. Some new stuff coming in. We, out of National Weather Service Chicago, prelim rating confirmed 2 tornadoes from yesterday, March 10th, an EF3 that tracked 36.6 miles from west of Aroma Park, that's just south of Kankakee, Illinois, to near DeMont, Indiana. And then another tornado they confirmed was an EF1 tornado that tracked 10.3 miles from southwest of Wheatfield to near Dunn's Bridge, Indiana. Yeah, good details there. All right, Mobile County, it's time to, what they say, get in, get down, and cover up. I might use that. That might be our new thing. Yeah, get in, get down, get covered up. Everybody we just talked about, basically. Loosedale down to Semmes, Moffett, Wilmer, Georgetown, Smithtown, Oak Grove. Basically everybody north and along Highway 98. And that is in Mobile County there. Also have a new tornado warning that's just going up for a tiny little cell. This may be that area that came across Gibson Landing. Yeah, this is that cell that came across Gibson Landing. That has flared up as well. That is in northeastern Jackson County in Mississippi. Wow, here we go, Mobile. Get ready. This is going to be a little bit of a wild ride here. We'll keep a little bit better of an eye on storms. This is basically at the county line with Mississippi and Alabama and the state line. So this is north, or that tornado warning is just north of us, but keep an eye on the environment here. Let's go in here. It's by Old Americus, Popetown, Harleston, Hurley, essentially the extension of Airport Boulevard out to Wade. That becomes Mississippi Highway 614. Ooh, that could be close to producing near Popetown. Polktown Road at Popetown, and then also Davis Sawmill Road. That's a dangerous storm right there. It's a small little mini supercell, but that is a nasty storm. And then this is tightened back up. This is that circulation that weakened over Loosedale and is now tightened back up near Vaughn and Shipman. It's essentially riding down Highway 98 towards Wilmer and Semmes. We also have the other circulation west and south of Citronelle. That is likely producing a tornado. That's a tornado likely right there at Browntown and Brown Blankenship Road. Also approaching Lott Road. Yeah, that's a tornado right there. A little further north, a couple other circulations. I don't see those ones on the ground. And then I do want to look at our radar indicated tornado near Thomasville. Really messy to see what's going on up there, but there is rotation in here. Basically about to head over Thomasville. Yeah, it's just to the west of Thomasville, so please take cover if you're up in Thomasville, Alabama. They have warned that cell that's west of Montgomery near Selma for wind, 60-mile-an-hour winds coming through Valley Grande, and then eventually towards Marbury and Pine Level. They've also, they've really bumped that further east than I thought they might. They've brought the tornado watch all the way up to the southern parts of Atlanta, which is interesting. I still think right now most of this is going to the... Most of this is going to stay to the south. But I guess in case this kind of gets going... This is a little bit stronger than the models kind of indicated earlier, so this may kind of work a little bit towards the Macon area eventually. And this is an overnight threat. This goes west central Georgia, or west central Alabama, southwest Alabama, southeast Louisiana, southern... That's not the right watch. Right number, the right time, but it's not the right watch. Okay, tornado watch. Southern and eastern Alabama, Florida Panhandle, western and central Georgia, and then the coastal waters. Couple of tornadoes are possible. Scattered damaging wind gusts up to 70 miles an hour. Isolated large hail up to 1 inch in diameter. And that goes from 12:30 eastern, 11:30 central, until 8 a.m. eastern or 7 a.m. central. Couple cities that are in that: Montgomery, again, like Baldwin County, and then the Pensacola area, Panama City, Dothan, Alabama, Montgomery, and then towards just to the west sides of Tallahassee, north and west of Tallahassee towards Midway, Florida, and then Albany, Columbus, Warner Robins, Macon, Milledgeville, LaGrange, and just to the south sides of Atlanta, Forest Park, Stockbridge, and Jonesboro, Riverdale, Atlanta, Hartsville Airport, basically the airport. Wow. I didn't expect that watch to go up that far. Okay, considerable threat, 70 mile an hour severe thunderstorm, and that's coming into the Mobile County area. This is close to producing. I'm surprised it's not seeing anything on correlation coefficient, but coming towards Dwight, that is very close to producing. That is likely an imminent tornado. Seeing about 70 inbound and 50 outbound. That's a pretty strong mesocyclone. And that's coming towards Dwight, County Road 35, Chestag, Calvert, and eventually over towards Malcolm. Radar indicated tornado warning there. Couple circulations, but that's... Boy, this is getting close to the radar site, so we're seeing a little bit more of the micro vortices within this line of storms. They probably had it for a while, and we just couldn't see it with the with being a little bit further from the radar site. But since we are so close, good news is that storm has come down a little bit. The one that was near Old Americus and Popetown. There still is a little bit of a circulation in here near Davis Sawmill Road, Harleston. That's in Jackson County, Mississippi. Tornado warning for central and west central Mobile County. Tornado would be crossing the county line near Latonia at Highway 98, approaching areas around Moffett. And then, yeah, there's a couple circulations up here, but the one that I'm most concerned about is the one north sides of Citronelle around Dwight. That's a new circulation. Yeah, you can see how that flared up right in here. All right, so right now we have that circulation. That one's kind of dying off, though. Maybe like 2 right in here, 1 here, and then this one here. So we have 4 or 5 circulations. That one may kind of die off, so we might lose that one. But beyond the circulations, we do have chance of some damaging winds for 70 miles an hour, and that is moving at 40. Yeah, they're just little embedded circulations in this line, and as it's pushing east, it's getting some. We can check let's check the winds and see what we're getting here. Yeah, it's pushing into a little bit of a low-level shear environment, so that's what I was worried about. It's getting fed here some pretty juicy Gulf moisture. We have south winds across the Mobile Bay area, Gulf shores. So the line's coming in, and the upper level support is kind of from the southwest a little bit, but the line in general has upper level support that's parallel with the line, so that's why there's also a damaging wind threat. But so we have essentially kind of west winds at the upper levels. The line is moving a little bit more southeasterly, so we have a little bit of shear there. But the big thing is at the surface level, we have winds that are coming out of the due south. So you can kind of see what's going on here is there's a little bit of stacking of winds at different height. And that's why I think when I popped onto the live stream, I kind of circled that area as the highest concentration that I had for a chance at tornadoes. And that's certainly verified here this morning, or this morning. It's 12:45 Eastern and 11:45 in the Central Time Zone. Thomasville storm seems to be weakening some, so if I'm not calling you out right now, it's just because we're focused in on that Mobile County area. This is a little bit of a interesting cell up here near Maplesville. I do want to keep an eye on that cell, and in a little bit when things calm down, I want to check the models and see if they take that cell a little more up into that Atlanta metro. Strong storms right now coming through Biloxi, but those seem to have calmed down on the Mississippi Gulf Coast. And then we still have some severe storms, tornado possible south of New Orleans, out on the in the bayous here towards Golden Meadow, Jean Lafitte. Those seem to be on the downtrend. Flash flooding is an issue there. Such a low-lying area in southeast Louisiana. You definitely need to turn around, don't drown. And then there's been flooding on the Tangipahoa River near Hammond the last couple days. It looks like that's going to just create more problems there because the whole drainage of that Tangipahoa River is getting some extended moderate to heavy rain. All right, let's take these kind of top to bottom again, and I just want to kind of go through them one at a time. We have the little mini supercell. It's kind of dying off in here. There's still some rotation at County Line Road, south of Dean's Landing. This one is concerning. It's coming into Wilmer, a little more populated area. That might be something in there. That's an interesting CC lowering, but we'll wait a scan and see if it's still there in the next scan. Definitely need to take that one seriously. This one has 72 mile an hour inbound and about 30 outbound winds. So gate to gate's about 100. That's a pretty vigorous little area of rotation. And let's see, we're pretty close to the radar site too. That is looking up. Ooh, that's real close. That's only about 400 feet off the ground. We're seeing basically 100-mile-an-hour winds about 400 feet off the ground. Winds do accelerate pretty quickly once you get above the surface. There's just less friction, so you do get a ramp up in winds, but that's still pretty close. We got a new scan, and I still don't see a conclusive CC drop. So hopefully that's not producing it. It could be very close, though, if it's not. I'm surprised we didn't see a CC drop there. Yeah, that's still radar indicated. And then we have a couple other circulations, one over kind of the Citronelle area, just north of Citronelle. That was the one near Dwight that was looking pretty strong just a few scans ago. You can see how quickly these changed. That was ramping up really quickly, and that had a very similar like 100-mile gate to gate, except we were up a little bit higher, about 600 feet. And then within a couple scans, it's kind of broadened back out. Just north sides of Citronelle. Still need to stay in your safe place there. There's another circulation just north of there towards Reed Settlement, just outside the warning polygon. Continue to take your tornado safety precautions there. And then just taking a look at the Thomasville area, that looks like it's diminished up towards Thomasville. And then I do want to look at this storm up near Pine Level. Has a little broad rotation in that storm as well, but that's more of a wind threat up here. Definitely some damaging winds coming towards Billingsley, Marbury, Pine Level, Clanton, and maybe eventually towards Alexander City. From there north, there's a lot of, let me clear out some of these. There's a lot of storms, but they're mostly just kind of garden variety storms. I also see some of these are outflow dominant right about in there. They're not going to be much of a threat if they're outflow dominant. So we're going to be kind of, the next few minutes, we're going to be concentrated on the Mobile area. If I'm not calling out your particular town, it's just because we're focused in on the tornado warnings that are getting into a populated area here around Mobile. Also an area that gets a lot of travel this time of year with the spring break season. Ooh, that may be on the ground near Wilmer. Yeah, that's kind of that. That I think is a correlation coefficient drop. I was questionable about it a few minutes ago. It's kind of messy in here, but now that that storm has surged out, that is, I believe, a correlation coefficient drop. There shouldn't be hail right there, and it's not in the clear air, and that is pretty much co-located. Wilmer and Georgetown Road. That's a tornado on the ground. It'll update here in just a second, but 1150. Yeah, that's a tornado on the ground, unfortunately, right in here. Wilmer and Georgetown Road and Walter Tanner Road. Whether these are on the ground or not, you need to take your warnings here again. Lowest level interior room, away from those doors and windows. As many walls between the outside as possible. a few areas in northern Mobile County have some lower levels and basements and things. Once you get especially into Mobile and southern Mobile County, it gets really swampy and coastal. But this one I'm worried about. Looks like a tornado on the ground. May have lifted, but that was at least briefly on the ground where we could see the correlation coefficient drop. And you can see how it kind of fades away. Whatever's left of it is right in here. Wilmer Georgetown Road. That's too light of a correlation coefficient for me to fully have confidence that it's that's still on the ground. It could just be some debris that's still in the cloud base. But that was likely on the ground briefly here as it crossed Wilmer. Yeah, looks like Mississippi's calming down. The storm's just kind of sagged in from the south or from the north. Still a punchy storm over kind of Ocean Springs, Biloxi, but if you're west of Biloxi, you're in good shape. And even that storm right over Biloxi, it looks better on reflectivity than it does on velocity right now. So, yeah, you're in better shape. I still watch extreme southeast Mississippi, Moss Point, Pascagoula, Gautier. They could still get a severe storm down there. Okay, then yeah, you're good. If you're northwest of the coastal counties, you're in better shape. Wow, look at all, and it's night and it's still raining, and we're getting a pretty big swath of damage. That went a little nuts on the draw tool. The fact that it's still raining and it's nighttime and we're still getting all these damage reports, that means there's probably even more damage reports that won't even come in till morning or till after some of this heavier rain and storms move out of the way. But yeah, this was a decent severe weather event across the Gulf Coast here. Quickly look up at this Thomasville storm. Yeah, they've dropped that warning. Watch up here, Clanton, Marbury, Pine Level. Still severe warning there. Nothing too funny going on up there. That's good to see. And then yeah, Mobile County is in it now. Still seeing about 4 areas of circulation, maybe a 5th up here. But these are all potential small, brief tornadic circulations. There's one right there. Mason Ferry Road. Again, it's frustrating for me too. It's not like the tornadic storms we had out on the plains the last couple of days where we can kind of really forecast it coming and give you like a really big advance warning that it's coming down the road. These are just essentially tornado whack-a-mole that we're playing, and it'll put down a brief tornado and then that'll lift. But there's one right in here. There's the start of it right here around Mason Ferry Road. You can see a little bit of a CC lowering in here at Lawrence Bird Road. And then on the next scan, that popped up. Lot Cemetery Road, Lawrence Bird Road. Yes, that happens actually a fair amount. Not quite in this setup. There's not a... tends to happen more in the winter in the cool season, but you get little supercells that develop like offshore here, and sometimes there'll be a squall line like kind of like this, but there'll be a squall line that's moving through, and these little supercells are moving off the Gulf into the Florida Panhandle and the Mobile area, and even the coastal Mississippi. Pascagoula had a couple, was it last year or the year before, where Pascagoula had like 2 or 3 little tornadoes from a couple different little supercells that came off the Gulf. The one that hit Moss Point pretty good. I think it was like an EF2, but it was a very quick little tornado. It was only like maybe a 2-mile long path. Yeah, that was a little supercell that came off the Gulf, and then it produced a tornado and moved up towards Mobile and weakened. And then the next storm was really close and produced another tornado in the Pascagoula area. It was just and it was like 15 or 20 minutes later. That happens quite a bit down here near Bayou La Battery, Dauphin Island, and then also out here towards like Foley, Gulf Shores, Pensacola. There was, might have been that same year, might have been 24. There was a video, there was a bunch of videos on social media because it was all people like the hotels and the condos and stuff, and they took a video of a tornadic waterspout coming ashore in the Pensacola area. Yeah, it's actually pretty common down there. There's been a few also from Lake Pontchartrain that have. Lacombe had a tornado maybe a year ago, and that was a tornadic waterspout that came ashore near Lacombe. I think there's been a couple around the Slidell area, and maybe up towards Madisonville. So yeah, it's pretty common. Generally, the water spouts, because the water is has less friction. Generally, if it's not like a supercellular water spout, if it just comes ashore, it'll stay pretty confined and usually weaken as it comes ashore just after. Sometimes the friction, though, can actually help the little low-level shear, so there can be a little water spout that intensifies as it comes ashore, but then it kind of weakens after that. If it's a supercellular one, those can produce just like any other tornadic supercell. So those can sometimes be producing water spouts offshore, and then, they can produce more tornadoes more inshore too. Let's get back in here and take a look at that one. Yeah, this one definitely produced a little tornado. That area up towards Gulf Crest. Oh, and then there's this one, right? This is the other one. Looks like two. Oh, and look at this little hook over here. Nothing on radar yet, but there is a new developing circulation out on Tanner Williams. This is going to be a crazy night here. Okay, they're warning the new storm that we just talked about. The one out on Tanner Williams is going to get a new warning. This is for west central Mobile County. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado over Tanner Williams. There it is. 13 miles west of Midtown Mobile, moving east at 30. It's going to be near the Mobile Regional Airport at 12:05. So yeah, there's that circulation. It's picking up in intensity out here west of the airport. There's what's left of this circulation near Georgetown. Still could be on the ground near Georgetown, but that looks like it's broadened and kind of weakened a little bit. Yeah, that's the one. Okay, that is the same storm. That's the one that was at Lot Cemetery Road. That was definitely a tornado. You can see it here just north of Georgetown. And yeah, it's weakening, but it still may be on the ground. This is in here at John Smith Road and International Paper Drive. That's north central Mobile County. See, that'll weaken, and then the next one down will strengthen. It's just crazy how I'm got to bounce around. The one that was likely also producing near Citronelle has also backed off, at least for now. You're really it's hard because I just can't be like, hey, you're in the tornado threat, you're out of the tornado threat. I literally have to draw like a 30-mile path. And the problem with that is people just don't take these warnings kind of seriously. I think they don't see that big hook echo, they don't see that big supercell shape, and they're like, okay, it's not going to be that bad. But if this takes off your roof, it's bad for you. Say 40 miles an hour gets it into Perdido about 49 minutes, Bay Minette 37. And actually, yeah, if I draw it too far, it kind of gets a little weird. So I got to actually piece it out a little bit. About 8 minutes to Mount Vernon, 3 minutes to Calvert, and 23 minutes to the Delta Wildlife Center. And then if I go down the line a little bit, we'll piece this one out. 37 minutes to Bay Minette, Creola 14 minutes, Satsuma 14, Celeste 7, Lemoyne 15, and Berry Village about 15. So that's 15 to the 43 corridor. And then Western Mobile, it's about at Sems. That's going to put it about 3 minutes or less to Sems. And then Pritchard, Chickasha, 19 minutes, probably about 25 to downtown Mobile. This western part of Mobile County, yeah, about 25 to downtown Mobile. 18 minutes to Spring Hill, 13 minutes to Hillsdale, Glen Acres, about 8 minutes, Ponderosa and Seneca Hills, 5 to 8 minutes. And I'm just going to kind of keep going down the line just a little bit. Southern Mobile County isn't quite as bad, but Mobile Airport, about 10 minutes to the airport. And then it's going to be 14 minutes to Creekside. And if it comes down towards this way, about 20 minutes to Spring Valley. And then actually, if I really go far past Mobile, about 35 minutes to Spanish Fort. So no warning yet on the east side of Mobile Bay. Keep an eye on it, though, if you're up towards Spanish Fort or Blakely. Wow. Hey, Kelly, how's it going? Picayune, across the north. Yeah, you're good, right? Did you get some pretty good wins? We saw that camera at Picayune at the hospital, and those winds were rocking and rolling there. That was at 43. Those look like 60, 65 mile an hour winds potentially there. Yeah, there's tree damage. Looks like tree damage down at Oak Point. I don't think we saw a tornadic circulation though. It looked more like straight line winds. There were a couple areas of rotation, but it didn't look like it really dropped down near Picayune. All right, let's go back in. This one is starting to pick up in intensity again, the one that's just north of Sems. It's along Industrial Parkway. That's kind of like the new bypass highway in Mobile there on the north side. It's technically State Highway 158 that rides down east-west across the northern Mobile area. But right in here at Lot Road, that's where that circulation is. And it looks like it's on the ground again. It's at Lot Road and Spice Pond Road. Yeah, nothing here in the correlation coefficient. And see, this is the scan from a minute ago. That's clear air. That's the tornado. Just updated again, but there it is at Spice Pond Road. So yeah, let me go back and show you guys again. This was a couple minutes ago, 4 minutes ago. That's where I'm looking for the tornado. This is all clear air. So that's all good. But then if I put it into motion, not yes and no. Let me see here. Yeah, that's a tornadic circulation right there. That's at yeah, Lot Road and 158. Yes, Mobile proper. If you mean downtown Mobile, like downtown, it's about 25 minutes away. Technically, like Mobile addresses are all out by the airport and stuff, and University of Alabama or South Alabama. Those are all technically Mobile, part of the city. Those areas are more under the gun, and then up towards like Spring Hill and up towards the University of Mobile, those areas are technically in the tornado warnings. And then especially if you live north and west of the airport, up along Moffett Road, up along 98 towards Wilmer, those areas, and then also north up towards Oak Grove and Georgetown, and then up towards Creola. Those are more under the gun right now, but this is all moving towards Mobile, and there's not like, it's a solid line of storms, so if you're in downtown Mobile, it's not like the tornadic circulation may miss you, but the severe thunderstorms are going to get into downtown Mobile. Very highly confident on that. This circulation west of town has backed off some. Still kind of watching it, though. There may be a new circulation actually developing even further to the south, this little nub right in here. And we're almost too close to the radar site to get a really good picture of that one. But continue to stay in your safe place there around Tanner Williams, Scenic Hill, and basically anywhere along Tanner Williams towards the airport. And then up Schillinger Road towards Moffett Road. That's where we have an ongoing tornado at the Industrial Parkway here, and Lott Road. That's an ongoing tornado right here at 158. It's about to cross Seabury Creek and approach Indian Hills, Indian Springs. This is the area kind of up towards the University of Mobile. Yeah, where is this? This is at 158 and 31. What road is this? Trying to see what road that is. That is New Bern Road. I guess that's Schillinger, but it turns into New Bern. It's right here. It's right here at Schillinger and 158, basically. That's a tornado on the ground. The next one up doesn't look like it's on the ground presently, but that one would be coming towards Celeste and Creola. And then up further, Stagecoach Woods over towards Mount Vernon. And then we have, let's see, double check our other warnings. Still a pretty strong storm coming through Clanton down to Pine Level with some damaging winds. Some other strong storms extend back from there, Prattville to Selma. Strong storms down through Camden and Yellow Bluff, but non-severe. And then severe storms are through Jackson, through Grove Hill, and are now pushing towards Atmore, Perdido, Frisco City kind of area. Considerable threat, 70-mile-an-hour winds for those. Check our friends in Mississippi just a little bit. What was they at? That is a downburst. That's an interesting feature. That could create a localized area of damaging winds. But if you look here, this is actually the opposite of a tornado. So that's how I also can tell that it's not a tornadic circulation. These are winds going towards the radar in the green and away from the radar in the red. And that would be, if it is a tornado, it'd be a very rare cyclonic or anticyclonic tornado that rotates clockwise. Generally, these don't happen unless there's a big, violent tornado next to them that is rotating the regular direction. It can sometimes be like the parent, basically a satellite of the parent tornado. Because that's not happening here, these are downbursts. So the wind is just rushing out of this thunderstorm. It's probably a weakening thunderstorm, and basically it's downbursting in all directions if you think this is the cloud. So we're seeing winds pushing out this way and pushing out the other way, like this. So that's kind of, I kind of drew the 3D section, and then this is the radar section. But yeah, if we have the cloud here, it's just downbursting all out in all the directions, but still could have some very strong winds and then out the other way. And we're seeing that on the radar like this. So interesting little feature there, but non-tornadic in South Mississippi. Okay, now whoever asked that question, Mobile proper, they're gonna warn the whole thing. They're done with it. They're just gonna warn the whole thing. I like that. This kind of situation, I think you need to warn the whole thing. Just how transient we've just been bouncing up. It feels like a tornado outbreak almost. We've just been bouncing around to all these different little places, all these different little cells, and they're all potentially producing tornadoes, so they're going to warn just the whole line. And right now, I'm mostly seeing one still kind of in there. Looks like 6 circulations right now. But again, don't split the difference. If you think you're going to be like right here, just still go to your tornado safe place. Lowest level into your room, away from the windows. Put as many walls between you outside as possible. If you don't have a basement or storm shelter, that's okay. I know a lot of people in this area don't have basements or storm shelters. Just make sure you're on the low level. And into your room, usually like a bathroom or a hall closet or something with no windows and just in the middle of your house. This is for Mobile, Pritchard, Saraland, all until 1 a.m. And yes, this does include all of the populated areas in Mobile County. Let's take a look again, see if we have anything. This circulation is going to be getting a little too close to the radar to really see exactly what's going on in that cell. Yeah, especially for correlation coefficient, we're just actually too close to the radar, but near Silver Lining Farm, Eliza Jordan Road, just north of Airport Boulevard. It's going to be lifting up past the airport towards Glen Acres and then towards Ziegler Boulevard. And then we have our other cell. Still could be on the ground. It looks like it weakened maybe. This one did produce a tornado, and maybe for a couple minutes here. Let's go back and take a look at this again. Yeah, nothing there. That's at 12:02 a.m. And then 12:04 on that radar scan, we noted the CC drop right in here. That continued over Lot Road at 12:06, and then 12:08. It's still in here. 158 Industrial Parkway and Newbern Road. And then maybe what's left of it is over Seabury Creek, but it looks like that weakened. And I don't see it in here anymore. That still could produce a new tornado, though. That could be very close to producing a new tornado along Industrial Boulevard. So heads up if you're around the University of Mobile area, College Woods, and then down Industrial Parkway. This is I-65 here. Shelton Beach Estates, Saraland. That's a dangerous area of rotation that has produced a tornado at least once already. Further north, I don't see as much tight circulations right in here. But still a circulation near Chastain and Bucks, just south of Mount Vernon. And then the other cell is the one that's back near the airport. And we're just not going to get a good picture of that one until it gets past the radar site. Another circulation over here near Hatters, approaching Lemoyne. Unfortunately, the one that I'm most concerned about is the one that's basically traveling down 158. And we're kind of in the cone of silence for that circulation that's right over the radar. Last we saw it, it was kind of right in here. Eliza Jordan Road, and then Snow Road, and basically Snow and Airport Boulevard by the Aldi. And that's basically tracking towards the Mobile Weather Service office at the airport. And then that's going to be into a very populated area at Airport Boulevard and Schillinger. That is a super populated area of Mobile County. Now it's getting into some of the more populated areas. This one may be close to producing again. It's starting to retighten near Cushla and Rosehaven. Again, College Woods, the University of Mobile, also up in this area. And then that'll head towards Industrial Parkway and get into some of the areas along the Delta. But Saraland, you're in the path of that area of rotation. And then the other one is up here near Mount Vernon, a little bit looser on that side. Are there severe thunderstorm warning tornado possible tag? It's about done. Those are out past Golden Meadow. So pretty much really close to some of the last populations out here. Grand Isle, Port Sulphur, pretty strong storms out there. And then, yes, beyond the tornado warnings that we've been covering, this whole area has a considerable threat for 70-mile-an-hour winds and a tornado possible tag. But severe thunderstorm warning for areas like Frisco City, Monroeville, down to Atmore, Perdido, Bay Minette, and then now across the Mobile Bay into Spanish Fort, Loxley, Daphne, Robertsdale, Silver Hill, Fairhope, Point Clear, Summerdale, all the way basically out to Foley and Magnolia Springs. The Gator Boardwalk right there at I-10. Everybody needs to shelter in an interior space and just away from the windows. Actually, our camera here, this is part of that storm that was the downburst I was talking about. I can see our camera shaking a little bit at the Alabama state line. I might try and flip this around and see if I can get a shot of that storm. Maybe not. All right, I messed it up. I'll just keep it on this side. Rain hammer in that area. That's probably along it's along the leading edge of this line of storms. It's not severe down there, but you can see the rain curtains. I'll pull that for a second, and then we'll look at these tornado warned storms in a second. That still could be having some debris carried with it. Here's a look there. So this is not even a severe warned storm, and you can kind of see the rain curtains along the light poles, especially. Yeah. Circulation continues in here near Spanish Trace, Shelton Beach Estates, lifting up towards Saraland. Another little circulation in here. But that's out on the delta. There's like zero population right there. These, again, look like they've weakened, but they are, it's not. It's just because there's a really heavy thunderstorm right over the radar site. So we're just getting the radar beam's just having a tough time seeing exactly what's like right overhead and getting a really clean scan out. You can see how it looks like they just fell apart, but it's just literally, if you watch down here, it's because this storm just came right over the radar site. So they may be weakening a little bit, but just not quite that quickly. And we'll get a better picture as that storm works its way away from the radar. Still the other severe thunderstorm, Goldwater, Rockford, Holtville, Wetumpka, and Pine Level. They've added a tornado possible tag. There is a little area of rotation, Mountain Creek area, and also some damaging winds. Basically at the Coosa River and Mitchell Lake, and then headed up towards Kelly's Crossroads, Rockford, Alexander City. That area needs to pay a little bit more attention to those storms. And we had someone on earlier from Tuskegee down here. Tuskegee, it looks like the strongest storms are going to go well to your north, up towards Alexander City. And then I still think the strongest parts of these storms are still going to probably head more towards the southern and southeastern parts of Alabama and more into the Florida Panhandle. Yeah, just glance back at that camera. That's the non-severe part of that line, and you can really see those rain curtains just whipping through the camera lights or the highway lights. So if that's the non-severe part of this line of storms, then the considerable threat side is pretty strong. There may be a circulation trying to develop right here. I see a little bit of a hook feature, and there is a little bit of rotation in here, just on the southwest side of the airport. Considerable threat continues through Mobile, and yeah, we'll continue to follow those circulations. One is at Celeste Road and Saraland, Shelton Beach Estates, coming into Mackey's, and then it'll be out over the Delta. So that one, less of a problem right after Mobile. Mobile, the north side of town, basically follows I-65 with the population. Once you get out over the Delta here, there's literally zero. It's just so swampy and marshy and gators and snakes all over the place. Yeah, rotation picking up near Dawes Boulevard, and that would head towards the Dawes area, Meadow Lake, southwest parts of Mobile County. Keep an eye on that cell. I want to get a better look at that when it gets out of the radar beam too. And yeah, still seeing some rotation Celeste Road, and potentially lifting up towards Satsuma. There's another little notch too. This is popped back out. Again, that's really low populated area. It's almost on the other side. Tensaw, Montgomery Hill, and Blacksher. Keep an eye on that cell. Yeah, Montgomery Hill about 4 minutes. Boonville about 20. Again, you're in a tornado possible considerable threat, so keep an eye on that part of the storm. Things generally look a little less hectic further to the north, up towards Grove Hill, and then up towards Camden. Those storms seem to be weakening some. Take a look at these. Yeah, there's nothing much rotating in there, and the wind field has come down a bit. Go back and take a look at this one, though. Rockford about 21 minutes, and then if that's going to hold together, but Alexander City about 45 minutes. You're going to get a pretty healthy storm out of that. Probably had at least a couple tornadoes, it looks like, in Mobile County. But they were fairly brief. Again, we haven't seen like the long track tornadoes, but all right. Things are focusing a little bit more into the central Mobile County area. And then there's that little area of rotation also up here near Tensaw. But let's go look and see how these storms are progressing. Still see some rotation in here. This is about over the Delta. It's basically at the I-65 bridge over the Delta. So that's going to be into a lot less populated area for at least a while until it lifts up towards Stockton. The other cells, I think they actually have come down in intensity a little bit. But there's some rotation around Chickasha. And I want to check those cells south of the town. Yeah, that one has dropped off some too. There is a little notch in here. I still think we're not seeing the radar great because it's right over the radar site, but it does look like the intensity on those cells has come down some, so that's good. I'm still kind of cautiously optimistic to see what we get when we get east of Mobile. Let me see if we can grab that from a different radar. Yeah, they have weakened actually significantly just since we're far from the other radars, but just the other radars also show some weakening. So this is a really far radar. It's over here near Santa Rosa Beach and Freeport. So it's not a great radar to get details of the storm. But if I go back a few minutes when we were getting all those tornado warnings and a couple of those confirmed, it looks like tornado warnings, like with the CC drops and stuff, you can kind of note in here, there's, oh geez, it just jumped ahead because it went back. But yeah, okay, if you note in here, there's some pretty beefy cores in here on the west side of Mobile, and this is further from that radar. So if we get closer to the radar, you would think those cores, it would see these storms better the closer it gets to these storms. But if you do look and progress across here, it does start to weaken those storms, and they kind of break up a little bit from the more concentrated line. Areas that we still had those rotations, they have kind of stayed strong, and that one over the Tensas looks like it stayed strong. But yeah, if you look at these storms, especially over in the Mobile County area, they were definitely stronger to the west side of Mobile, and they've weakened significantly across central Mobile County. So that's a good sign. Still not seeing them great from the Mobile radar, but it does look like the intensities have come down. Still seeing some pretty decent winds in here close to the radar site, so there's still gusty winds pushing those severe limits likely across Cottage Hill Road and then up towards Spring Hill. But I'm just not seeing right now those tornadic circulations anymore. A little bit right in there near Satsuma. And then this one is still an interesting circulation. It's not tornado warned, it's in that severe thunderstorm considerable threat. But if that starts to tighten back up, that's an area that could produce a tornado fairly quickly. If as it tightens up, it would be coming basically kind of lifting north and east. Ooh. I think it's going to try and tighten back up just on the last scan. So watch out for Redtown, Jack Springs, up towards Huxford, Alabama. Yeah, this part of the line is still pretty beefy, which also means that some of this worst part of the line may skip the Pensacola area. This would be more like a southern Alabama issue, Monroeville, Evergreen, out towards Andalusia, Bruton, Atmore kind of area. That is tightening up. Lisle. Yeah, Lisle west of Rockford in central Alabama. And also kind of west of Alexander City, about 30 minutes. But Rockford, Hyssop, 10 to 16 minutes. That's an area of circulation over Lisle that has increased in intensity there. Yeah, that may get a tornado warning in the next couple minutes if that continues to show a tightening of rotation. Actually, now that I look at it, it shifted a little bit more east. Yeah, Lisle is like now. And then Rockford, 9 minutes. Hyssop, 16. Cottage Grove, 16. And then Ray, about 25. Here at the end of the warning polygon. That might get a tornado warning. Otherwise, strong storms west of Montgomery. Not severe right now. Some gusty winds in here, but we're getting close to the radar site too, so we actually get a better wind profile there. A little bit of rotation showing on this storm, but could be a little bit of contamination, but watch out around Benton. All right, and these storms are starting to get away from the radar a little bit, and I do see that they are weakening. Yeah, Pascagoula, Moss Point, getting some pretty heavy wind and rain. They're starting to break up over here, though. These are non-severe. This line of storms and the outflow boundary of them will get out towards Dauphin Island. But those are non-severe as well. I wouldn't go boating right now, but yes. Not a severe threat for Pascagoula. So basically, if you're in Mississippi, you're good to go for the night. This tornado watch covers another hour, but there's nothing behind this except general rain, some thunder and lightning embedded in there. But there's no severe weather, no threat of severe weather. So if you're new here, just like and subscribe, hit the bell icon, get notifications when we go live, and we'll see you on the next one. If you're in Mississippi, you can go to bed. And basically, if you're in the North Shore, got hit pretty hard earlier, you're good to go. You can go to bed. New Orleans, maybe some street flooding, but you guys are also past the severe weather. The only area that would be still under the gun for severe weather in Louisiana is basically out through Port Sulphur and Venice, and then to the mouth of the Mississippi River. And if you're out ahead of this, you can go to bed. Just make sure you have ways to get warnings. No weather radio. Make sure the alerts are turned on your phone. There's a little bit of a different way to do that on every kind of phone, but you can go to your settings and or just search. Just do a quick search or search YouTube for your phone model and how to get the weather alerts on your phone. But all the modern cell phones do have the weather alerts. And the best tip is have both of those, have multiple ways to get warnings. Get your no weather radio, have that activated, and then also have the phone alerts on. That is not tightened up any further, but it's still a decent area rotation between Rockford and Richville. And yeah, they've backed off the considerable threat there for Monroeville down to Frisco City and Atmore and Perdido. Still have the considerable threat across Mobile County and then into Baldwin County. And a little bit of Escambia County in Florida. Don't think there's many. Pineville, Florida, Walnut Hill, that part of Escambia County. It's not the same part that's closer into Pensacola. Still is a little bit of a circulation in here. There's one in here near Stockton. Yeah, you can see there's still one of those little thumbs kind of sticking out of this line segment where it's getting the inflow, and then on the backside it's surging the outflow. But it's not rotating as tight as it was earlier. But watch out for that one. Stockton, Alabama right here. Bay Minette, bigger community, is down here in the bottom of your screen. That's generally lifting away from Bay Minette, though. It's more of a problem for Perdido. Just get a little bit of a read on that one. Maybe Atmore. About 19 to 30 minutes. Just keep an eye on that part of the storm. And we've lost our tornado warning around Mobile, so that's good. Mobile is quickly diminishing in the severe weather. Couple features still down here that are interesting. Yeah, two little circulations still in this area near Bayou Le Battery, and then coming towards Bellefontaine. They don't look that great, but they're decently tight down here. Yeah, one near Bayou Le Battery, and then the other one here near Half Mile Road, South Orchard area. And yeah, they've lowered the threat level a little bit. Severe thunderstorms were located along a line from near I-65 and Alabama 225, 3 miles southeast of Theodore, moving southeast at 30, 60-mile-an-hour winds, and that includes Midtown Mobile, Downtown Mobile, Pritchard, Daphne, Tillman's Corner, Fairhope, Saraland, Bay Minette, Theodore, Chickasha, Satsuma, Spanish Fort, Robertsdale, Creola, Point Clear, Loxley, Stockton, Stapleton, Alexis, and Summerdale. So they are replacing the considerable threat with a standard severe thunderstorm warning. Yeah, Baldwin, Escambia County, Florida, Baldwin County, Alabama, and Mobile County, mostly eastern Mobile County. Basically, along 65. This is still an interesting area right down in here. And that would make sense. This has some pretty good juice right off the Gulf, so there's maybe a little bit of little extra low-level shear right in the southeast part of Mobile County. It still needs watching. Around Half Mile, and then Bayou La Battery. Amazing. That hit the Tensas River Delta, and it's kind of fallen apart a little bit. Still strong, though. Let's go back to the model and take a look and see what the latest... This runs every hour, so we do get new model data. And that'd be interesting to see how it compares to the model earlier. Okay. So yeah, our storms are still running about an hour and a half ahead of the model. Our storms are right about there where the model has, that's pretty good. Model has that at about 1 o'clock, and it's 12:45. It still kind of keeps some stronger storms through Monroeville, and then I think it is doing a little better job picking up on that stronger storm near Alexander City. Lifting off towards the Atlanta area. And again, it may fill in a little bit, but more of a damaging wind threat. It should be more of a damaging wind threat with some line-embedded tornadoes. And we do see, it looks like it's come down just a little bit across the Gulf. It still wants to take storms into Pensacola, but... And then, yeah, we still may have storms ongoing by 7 or 8 a.m. Albany, Bainbridge, down to Panama City, and then up across areas around Athens, Georgia, Greenville, South Carolina. And I do think there's a shot at severe. The models have been decently consistent at kind of re-strengthening these storms from Columbia up to about Fayetteville, North Carolina, Columbia, South Carolina, that kind of area. North central South Carolina into south central North Carolina tomorrow, late afternoon or late morning into the early afternoon, maybe a little bit of an enhanced corridor of some severe weather. This model has kind of a Boeing feature you can see on here, working its way up at about lunchtime in the Eastern time zone before it starts to kind of weaken once it gets around Fayetteville and points north and east. So that is interesting. A lot of people in Florida need some rain, and it does look like parts of Florida, especially the Florida Panhandle, will get some rain out of this. The problem is it works through so quick. It just sweeps through as one line. It maybe breaks it up a little bit by tomorrow morning, but but it's just basically one line. They're not going to get another round past that. The cold front sweeps in and just cuts everything off. And then by the time it gets into South Florida, it's not as punchy as it was up here. So more of a scattered rain. Florida needs a lot of rain. They could benefit from just a system that just kind of sits there and soaks, but not all at once. Just kind of steady. Let's see. Storm Prediction Center says well, here, let me just pull it up. You guys can see it on this. All right, so here's our tornado watch. They'll trim a bunch of counties off on that northern and western side, but basically tornado watch from essentially the state line in Alabama across areas around Montgomery and then into west central Georgia. Within that, you can see there's this gray box. I guess I can draw it in gray, but this gray box is a mesoscale discussion. So it's the National Weather Service kind of messaging a bunch of science stuff and updates about that watch usually. So it does note that an organized line of storms is going to continue to overspread the region of that watch area, but from 2 to 4 a.m. Eastern, so that is, I guess, now, with some further increase in potential for tornadoes still possible. So we still do have a southerly flow across this area. And then the storms are basically coming in from the west, kind of northwest. So we do have still a bit of vertical shear in the atmosphere. The upper levels, the shear is, or the wind, technically shear is more parallel with the line of storms. So that is going to accentuate the bowing features, or it should. So we still got to watch like these kind of 3 main clusters there. Those could have some enhanced wind. Oh, hold on. You guys can't even see all that. Sorry, it got late. Yeah, here's your mesoscale discussion for basically this tornado watch, saying that there's going to be an increased chance of a couple tornadoes. And then, yeah, you can see the bowing features here. Those are areas where we can definitely tell that the wind is more parallel at the upper levels, supporting those storms and pushing them to the east. But while those storms are getting pushed to the east, like this, from the upper level winds, there is a southerly flow off the Gulf. So there is wind shear, especially at the lowest levels. It's going to continue a little bit of a tornado threat. Although I still think the best chance of a tornado is probably in this area, south of Montgomery. Basically kind of across southern and southeast parts of Alabama into like west and southwest Georgia. It'll be interesting to see if anything kind of does get up in here. So yeah, storms have weakened. This tornado warning is going to go away. Still, there's that little area. Now, this could produce a little water spout off the Mobile Bay here. Wouldn't be surprised if it does as it lifts off to the north and east. That is a little mini supercell. It was the one that was down here. Yeah, down here by. That's a little new area circulation, but there still was the other one down here near Bellefontaine. It's a different area. This is probably going to produce a water spout, and you can really see what I was talking about earlier. It has a little bit of spin in here, but it's over land. There's a little more friction over land. But as soon as this gets over Mobile Bay, look how that exploded. And now we see a pretty defined circulation, literally just like hundreds of yards offshore, near Terrell Road and Park Road and Bayfront Road. That is probably producing a water spout. 70 on the outbound, about 20, 25. So yeah, that's probably producing a water spout. I don't think you'll see much right in there. Probably not, because it's going to be over water, so it's not really picking up anything that the correlation coefficient would say is a, yeah, that is going to be producing a water spout very quickly here. On the next scan, we can see that little inflow area, and then it's surging out right here. Actually, may be able to see it because there's probably some stuff getting picked up right in here. That's a little water spout that's just offshore in Mobile Bay. That's interesting. Just be careful. This could be one of the situations someone asked earlier about a water spout coming ashore. This could be a situation here. Daphne, Sea Cliff, on the eastern sides of Mobile Bay. That is a potential there. Yeah, that's likely a little tornadic water spout. At about 40 miles an hour, it's going to take about 10 to 12 minutes to cross the bay. But just keep an eye on this. If it holds together, it can cross this bay pretty easy. And then it could get a new tornado warning, just localized. So there's the new warnings here that we've hit the basically 1 o'clock Central Time. They have dropped the tornado warning, and they have allowed the considerable threat to expire. So now just general severe thunderstorms coming through Bay Minette, down through Mobile downtown. And then we still have our little tornadic water spout. Still likely producing. We're not going to get a lot with the correlation coefficient now that it's fully over water. New severe thunderstorm warning covers Bruton, Evergreen, up towards Georgiana. And then I do want to look here. They've dropped that tornado possible tag, which is interesting because there's still an area of rotation in here near Rockford, Nicksburg, Cottage Grove. I don't see anything on the ground, but that's just an area that needs watching. It's still shifted kind of east, so let's put it towards Jackson's Gap, about 30 minutes. Maybe just a little bit slower. It's about 35 miles an hour. So Jackson's Gap, about 35 minutes. Dadeville, Alabama, 40. Our Town, 19. That'd be about 20 minutes to the Lake Martin area. And then Cottage Grove and Nicksburg about 4 to 5 minutes. That's a bit of a dangerous cell right in there. Should go south of Hyssop and on its current track, likely south of Alexander City. But if that tightens up anymore, that's probably going to get a tornado warning. We've seen it on the radar for a couple minutes now. So it's also been a consistent area of circulation. Different National Weather Service offices that have different kind of reasoning when they issue warnings and stuff, and some don't like to issue warnings if it's a very transient area of rotation, because by the time they get the warning out, a lot of times that area of rotation is weakened. If you see it on the radar scan over a number of radar scans, which come in every 3 to 5 to 6 minutes, then you kind of know it's something that's holding on pretty good. If it stays 2 or 3 scans, then it's probably been around for about 10 minutes or so. So it's more established circulation. Yes, I still do think we have a water spout going on in Mobile Bay right now. Just really can't see what's going on in it. But heads up there, Daphne and Seacliff. This could be something that comes ashore. Yeah, you can see this really nicely, a little supercell feature in here, and it's surging out. The one thing that might hurt it is its outflow is kind of surging out even a little further. So it may help to cut this inflow off, but we'll see. This outflow is going to kind of keep wrapping around and will eventually kind of cut the inflow. They've actually dropped the severe thunderstorm warning now that they just issued, and have now put a special weather statement out for some gusty winds. Let me see what this special weather statement covers. 40-mile-an-hour wind gusts, and it's moving southeast at 35. So that's basically Baldwin County and across Pensacola. And we noted that earlier, that Pensacola may skip out on some of the severe weather. Mobile Bay does have a special weather statement for anyone that's curious. And yeah, they're going to cut Mississippi basically out of the warning and watches and stuff. So Mississippi, you're good to go for the night. Again, New Orleans and everybody west and north of New Orleans, you're all good to go. Some chance at severe weather still out to the mouth of the Mississippi, but those storms have backed off quite a bit. Let me see if I can even see them. Yeah, there's still a pretty strong storm out past Grand Isle that could get over to the mouth of the Mississippi. No one lives out there, but sometimes you'll see a severe thunderstorm warning that covers that little area. But yeah, for any population in New Orleans and Louisiana, you're pretty much good to go for the night too. Yeah, it depends. Is she on the Pensacola part? 'Cause I think Pensacola has less of a severe chance, at least in the short term. The models do kind of show that there could be some reinvigoration as it gets further east. Yeah, Pensacola definitely have a way to get warnings, but right now they're in a special weather statement, so they're sub-severe storms. In general, these storms are really diminishing in intensity as they push towards the Pensacola area. The one note is the water spout that's kind of over Mobile Bay, but the storm itself is also diminishing. It's just it's the less friction over the water. But I'm interested to see if we can get a CC drop out of it if it does come ashore. It does look like it's weakening though. Yeah, if you lived out here, like I'd be a little bit more concerned. Panama City towards Tallahassee by 4 or 5 a.m. sort of thing. And then stronger storms north of the Florida Panhandle, Bruton up to Evergreen. But we've lost kind of the QLCS circulations. That's a really nice area. Yeah. Pensacola is still technically in the tornado watch, so you do want to be careful. You want to have those multiple ways to get warnings, but the severe threat is diminishing. And good news is it would be a damaging wind and maybe a brief tornado threat. There's like zero hail in this batch of storms. So if she has her car parked outside or something, like you don't have to worry about the hail. Just some gusty winds and maybe a brief tornado. I think I saw something the other week. West Florida is building like a big football stadium. The University of West Florida there. Thought I saw something a couple weeks ago. It's like that spout is kind of given up. One of my bucket lists is to get a picture of a water spout, but every time I try and go spout hunting, I either miss a storm or it just dies when it gets over water, and I just can never find it. This one, if it gets on land, it'll be the area around Daphne, but it's not like a tornadic water spout. We were talking about that earlier. It's just over the open water of Mobile Bay. Once it gets ashore, it'll die out. Let's go check our other area of rotation. This is that area up here that I'm surprised doesn't have a tornado warning. It has broadened a little bit. Yeah. Okay. It's broadened out. A little tighter when we saw it a few minutes ago. But it's since kind of broadened and weakened a little bit. It's starting to line out. That one's been a little feisty area of rotation, though. Still could have an accentuated area of some damaging winds. And that's kind of south and west sides of Alexander City. Yeah, there's always interesting little features. When former pretty severe storms get over the water like that, they can produce tornadoes or water spouts, but oh yeah, Kentucky, you guys got hit pretty hard this afternoon. Yeah, there's quite a bit of looks like damaging wind reports out of the that's Tennessee. I'd probably have to go back. Let's see. I do want to see. Yeah, let's actually check this out real quick. Wow. Yeah, the Gulf Coast got hammered pretty hard this evening here. That swath of wind damage and embedded tornadic circulations has done a number to south and southeast Mississippi and then southeast Louisiana. Lawrence County has over 3,000 customers without power. Amite County about 4,000. Jefferson Davis County about 3,000. I think we had someone on here earlier that said they were out of power around Hammond. Hammond has 12,000 customers out. That's Tangipahoa Parish. And then up towards Franklinton, about 6,000 people out. And the one note on this too, when it talks about customers, sometimes like multi-family complexes are considered one customer. So there may even be more people that are without power than the customer side. Things look a little better up on the Kentucky and a couple counties. This is the county that got really hard hit by the tornado yesterday. Newton County has still close to 1,000 people without power. Yeah, rough day up there. Yeah, are you in? Give me like, oh, okay, are you in like Eastern Kentucky? You don't have to give me like your exact spot, um, but maybe like a bigger town or city near you. Yeah, still raining. You can see the northwest flow. You can actually see this is all behind the frontal boundary, so you can see the northwest flow filtering in the radar very closely here. That's cool. So the back edge of that heavier precip looks like it's well, the very back edge is like Lexington down to about Monticello, then down towards Cookeville, Tennessee. So looks a little better. Yeah, back out towards Louisville. Kind of a line of showers. This is probably maybe along the front. I don't know. Right in here near Lexington. That should work through in the next hour, 2 hours or so. And no storms. You're good on the storms. Some of that continues all the way into the Ohio Valley with a little bit of change over snow. Some mixed precip showing up around Buffalo. Yeah, it's pretty cool seeing those features like that. And we can probably see it on the wind direction too. Yep, your winds in this area are out of the north-northwest. At the surface level, about 10 miles an hour, gusting to 18. But it's interesting, we can see that up in the cloud feature too. So yeah, you're behind the cold front. Looks like the cold front is just approaching the Knoxville area and then up kind of along the Blue Ridge Parkway. There's still kind of southwest winds out here, and then very quickly it turns to northwest winds. And we can probably see that in our area here too. Actually, let me just. Sometimes it's easier to see it without radar, but yeah, there is southerly winds at Bay Minette and Pensacola, and where these storms are still severe, there's southerly winds. But just behind that, there's northwest winds now at that Grove City, and Hattiesburg now has northwest winds, Meridian, and even Pascagoula. So yeah, the cold front is right, basically approaching the Mobile area probably right now. And it appears to be a little bit of a warm front. There's a little kind of low pressure, not very strong, but there is a little southern jet stream low somewhere probably in there. This will be interesting to see if it is interesting. There is some southerly winds, especially down here still on the southern side of Alabama and on the panhandle. But once we get up towards that area around Montgomery and LaGrange, a lot of these winds veer a little more from the southwest. And if it stays like that, that should cut the tornado threat a little bit. Because if we have low-level southwest winds around this low, we also have southwest winds at the mid and upper levels. And then the storm motion is also kind of that same general direction, kind of more easterly, but essentially all those winds are flowing more of the same level versus earlier we had more of a south wind. When those tornadoes were all going off, we had more of a direct south wind, and then you had the storm motion and the upper levels kind of like that. The storm motion was a little more southeasterly. So yeah, we had a little bit more turning. That's why I thought this area was going to be the area that kind of focused on some severe weather tonight. I mean, yeah, that's the problem with wind and rain, and it's not too like windy up there, but if it rains hard enough, trees loosen up the soil, you get a little gust of wind, and especially the hilly areas in the Appalachians, it could take some power out. Some of those trees or limbs could be damaged from storms earlier too, and that weakens them. That storm is diminishing in intensity a little bit across parts of Alexander City. And then I'm seeing those storms sub-severe around Montgomery. Yeah, those have stayed under severe limits. Strongest storms still through Monroeville, Excel, Frisco City. They're approaching Bruton, Castleberry, Evergreen, and Georgiana. Oh, and I do want to see, do we... So that little area of rotation, there's actually two potential little circulations. They definitely weakened as they came ashore. Still a little bit in here. I don't see anything that screams tornado, so I don't think if it came ashore as a really weak, wispy thing. And yeah, those have diminished since they came ashore. So that's those storms they're kind of dying out. Yeah, no problem. I always like doing it, helps me too, because we can look at the models, but the models aren't exactly right all the time. I do like to do some live meteorology on here, so hopefully the viewers appreciate that too. Doesn't mean it's 100% correct, but at least it kind of gives you a picture of what's going on. Sometimes we'll do it in the summer and then in the spring too. The other day we could do it pretty good. We could see the dry line out here. It was really cool. You could see the whole dry line. Whoops. That's the wrong draw tool. Yeah, you could see a really sharp dry line. You could see the wind direction changes, the temperature changes, and then the Gulf moisture riding up. It was really cool to see. So we'll do more stuff like that in this spring and summer when we get the chance. And I do like to go over some of these damage reports, not just for you guys, but I also like to see the trends and things. The one nice thing is we've seen a lot of damage reports in here, and as those storms have advanced into Alabama, we haven't seen as many damage reports from like this area. Some of that could be it's late at night, but also I do think it's come down in intensity in areas like Montgomery and stuff. I will watch these here a little longer. I want to see, just get through Montgomery too without stuff. Yeah, that too. Yeah, but some of these storms are, I think, strong enough that they'd wake some people up. Still a couple areas of spin in that storm. That's the storm that was tornado warned a long time ago near Thomasville. That was a stronger part of the storm. That's now kind of lifted up towards Montgomery. Amazing how those storms collapsed really quickly once they got on Mobile there. See if we have any new updates for other stuff. Yeah, they've canceled some tornado watch areas for some of those counties. Areas like Demopolis, Linden, Butler. They should drop the Grove Hill area, Thomasville. They'll drop Mobile, I'm sure, pretty soon. Yeah. Yeah, definitely like and subscribe. Click that bell icon. We might be live tomorrow, too. I think there's a chance. Less of a forecast, more of a hunch. I think there's a little bit of a chance of some stronger storms from Columbia up to about Fayetteville tomorrow. Kind of in this area. But definitely like and subscribe, especially if you're in Kentucky. There's going to be more severe weather this spring, too, and we'll have you covered for that, too. All right, those stronger storms are coming into areas like Prattville, just on the west side of Montgomery. Still seeing a little circulation in there. This one has backed off, which is good. It's so quick. It's not even like it backed off really quickly. So it may be struggling to hold a rotating mesocyclone, which would be a good thing. Yeah, sounds good. Yeah, that part of Kentucky, you guys had that big tornado last year, right? That London, Kentucky area. Where is that? Yeah, Somerset. That was a long tracker. Yeah, I saw they're still I-40 in here. They're still repairing the highway in there at the North Carolina state line. I think it was ahead of schedule though, but that's still, there's a lot of areas that are really struggling still. None of that tonight. You're going to get a little more rain, a little more, maybe a rumble of thunder. I don't even see any thunder in here, but moderate rain for another hour or two, and you should be good to go. Just cold tomorrow. Some places that hit near 80 are going to be in like the 40s and 30s tomorrow. Whoa. Yeah, that's another way to see the cold front right there. Wow. Just comes crashing in. Places that were in 60s, 70s. Tomorrow, yeah, 30s, 40s kind of area. And then a big warm up out west, though. Phoenix is going to cook at about 90 degrees. Vegas, pretty warm, upper 70s. And it looks like LA is going to be hot too. Watch out there. If that's hot, that usually means Santa Anas are pushing in off the mountains, downslope. And that sometimes causes fire conditions out west. Yeah, generally, if you see it pretty warm all the way to the coast, across LA, that's going to mean you're going to have downslope winds. Yeah, this will help some of the, well, not this part, but this warm up will help some of these areas in the plains get some tree growth pretty quick. It seems like it's been a pretty fast leaf out. I feel like it's a little bit early. I'd have to look at that. Might look at that tomorrow or something without severe weather. But yeah, I feel like the leaf out has been really quick this year. And I can tell my allergies, my spring allergies are usually not quite this bad this early, so these storms are on the downtrend a little bit too, across parts of South Alabama, Evergreen, towards Bruton. And those storms are staying under severe limits across Baldwin County. I think it's going to, yeah, that summer feel is going to end pretty quick for a lot of people across the east, though, the next couple days. Going to be a little bit of a more persistent cold. With, I think, another round of, yeah, oh, look, they just added that. Another round of snow and blizzard conditions across the north. Thursday afternoon to Friday. So yeah, winter's hanging on in some locations. Some wind in there coming towards Evergreen, but those aren't too bad. And the hail, not a hail threat. And yeah, rotation's behaving itself. That's a good sign. Storm has pushed through Alexander City. We've been talking about you for a while. I think it's slowed down. It's down to 35 miles an hour. So yes, pushing through Alexander City right now, up towards Ashland, Lineville. More snow up here too. Winter storm warnings. Ice and snow in Maine. Yeah, parts of this area are going to get dumped on. Not sure what it's doing there. Wow. These are 3-day snow totals, and yeah, some of this area up here could get like 13 to 15 inches of snow. South of Marquette, 10 inches, and then the Keweenaw Peninsula, about 15. Some of those areas north of Duluth, like Two Harbors, a lot of snow. I like snow, but I wouldn't want that kind of snow in March. Areas around Waterloo may get, or Watertown Get a decent snow up on the plateaus there, the Adirondacks. And yeah, up towards Caribou, Maine, maybe about 7 inches of snow. Some of the models, I go back and forth on some of the snow models, especially for short range stuff. I like the NDFD. It's the Mosaic from the National Weather Service, and it a lot of times leans a little bit on the more conservative side of some of the models. The models sometimes print snow and in like feet, and I think it does a better job with the transition a lot of times too. But every model has kind of a different strength and weakness and bias. Sometimes this runs a little bit conservative, which I don't mind. Let's see. Let's pull GFS and see what it's comparing. Models. Do I have a snow model? The GFS shows similar. Let's see. Let's pull that back over. This is a little bit different of a way of looking at it, but the GFS does show similar 19, not quite the same placement, but and then the GFS does show like 17 over here towards Silver Bay and stuff. So it does appear like the GFS is fairly similar. Looks like it puts a little bit more up towards Caribou. But comparable. The NDFD is nice because it also isn't just, it's not just a pure model. It actually is based on the forecast data by the different weather service offices. So there's a little bit more of a human input with it, which I also appreciate. All right, some good sign here. This is Montgomery, and these storms are starting to get outflow dominant, especially the north side of town. That's going to reduce an all hazards threat, but especially the tornado threat. This is still an interesting cell. It's the one we saw earlier that is rotating. It's near New Site, coming up towards Roanoke, Alabama. That area of the storm is not outflow dominant. The outflow boundary looks like it surges out further to the south. So where that hooks in, you could still have a tornado threat. So keep an eye on that one. Generally kind of up towards Roanoke, eventually even over towards Noonan, Georgia. No warnings on it. It's actually sub-severe at the moment, but there is some rotation in here. And you can see the wind coming through the Montgomery area. I think these storms have slowed down just a little bit as well. New little area of rotation here, just a little bit showing up southwest sides of Montgomery. We'll keep an eye on that one. Yeah, hi Mason, how's it going? You guys should be good. Let me grab that radar. A lot of rain, just kind of heavy rain, moderate rain, but the severe weather is all pushed off to your east. Ocean Springs right about there. So all those stronger severe warning storms kind of pass to your north, and any of the stronger storms are pushed out over the Gulf. Nothing back to the west, just except rain, but no big storms. Yeah, you're good to go. I think we saw that earlier too. You're behind the cold front. I think we saw there was a northwest wind already. Yeah, it's cooling down into the 60s. And yeah, those northwest winds are already reaching Pascagoula, Biloxi, and that area around Ocean Springs. So you can go to bed and rest easy tonight. Severe weather is done. Special weather statement continues for this area in Baldwin County, Alabama, into Escambia County near Pensacola, and especially up towards the state line. But these storms are still kind of just sub-severe. I don't see any uptrending, so that's nice to see. Strongest part of this storm is coming into Evergreen. And then, yeah, I do want to see how these storms behave as they get through the Montgomery area. A little bit of a wind surge in there, just to the southwest sides of Montgomery could accentuate a little bit of that wind. And yeah, there's still broad rotation in that cell. I think that was close to getting tornado warned earlier. Gonna ride up along that boundary there towards the southwest sides of the Atlanta metro. Still seeing some rotation in that cell near Montgomery. Let's pull a different radar and just make sure. Yeah, there's a little bit in there on US 80 on the southwest side. It's right by the airport, by Montgomery Regional. Yeah, this is the airport right in here. Nothing strong, nothing tornadic, just kind of an area to watch. It's kind of a broad outflow surge here. And then it's getting inflow on this northern side of that outflow surge. And that will accentuate this wind down in here for Rolling Acres, Brewer Estates, kind of the south sides of Montgomery. And yeah, not tornadic, but just an area to watch. I'm sure the National Weather Service is doing the same too. So that little stronger part of that storm will get towards Montgomery in, let's say, about, I really zoom in here, why? About 10 minutes. That area around Alabama State, downtown. And then 20 minutes to the east side of town. About 10 minutes to Governor's Estate, the Baptist Medical Center south, down towards Woodland Hills. Yeah, a little bit of a surge of wind in there. And we should be seeing that wind pretty good because it's basically coming towards the radar site there on the east side of Montgomery. So that's a pretty good representation of the wind field in that storm. It goes a little more towards the north, about 23 minutes up towards Blue Ridge. Still that mesoscale discussion for an increased tornado threat, so I'm kind of seeing if that verifies at all. The National Weather Service was concerned about it for kind of south central Alabama. But I'm not seeing a lot of re-strengthening with these storms. They're kind of just maintaining. That's a pretty strong storm. That's still decently strong storm coming through Montgomery. And that one up there that'll eventually get into Georgia is a pretty strong storm still. We haven't really gained or lost much in the strength of those. Also want to see what it does, because sometimes you can get a storm that interacts with the outflow boundary and creates a little localized area of little extra convergence and vorticity, and that can sometimes do a couple crazy things. I just want to kind of make sure it gets through Montgomery without doing anything unexpectedly crazy. It is in a tornado watch area, so there is a favorable general environment for severe weather and tornadoes. Yeah, they're going to warn that other part of the storm, the one I mentioned earlier around Evergreen. That was the strongest part of this storm. And the general severe thunderstorm watch kind of expires in 5 minutes. This seems less severe down here and also up. So they're just going to kind of warn this more focused corridor of severe weather, which I like. I like that idea. Let's see if we get any damage reports in from that Mobile area west of town or anything. We're starting to get some. Let me see if I can force a reset. That sometimes brings in some new damage reports. But starting to get some damage reports, multiple trees down out of the Mobile area, Clark County. That's in US 84. That area got hit pretty hard. Yeah, there are these ones here. Multiple trees down Clark County. That was that tornado warning earlier. Algo traffic reports debris blocking the westbound lanes of 84 near the Mississippi state line. So that's potentially a stronger corridor of. That's that tornado warning storm that went up through the Thomasville area. And what's left of that is basically over Montgomery, which is that's why I'm also kind of keeping an eye on it. Yeah, nothing tornadic in there. Just kind of making sure it doesn't do anything crazy. It's had a little bit of a wind surge on the southern flank and a little bit of an outflow boundary that's kind of latched onto. So I just want to just kind of watch it a little bit longer here and make sure it gets through a pretty populated area without any trouble. They have officially cut the tornado watch back. So yeah, everything here in Mobile County, you guys are good to go for the rest of the night. And then up towards Jackson, Grove Hill, all those areas in southwest parts of Alabama, good to go. Officially, the tornado watch has expired in Louisiana and Mississippi. So severe weather's done there for the day. And then these are going to go all night. Check some of the latest model data and see what we have here. All right, let's pull that over. We'll take a look at some of the latest model data. And starting off pretty good. So by about 5 a.m., it still has some storms coming through the Atlanta metro. Maybe a messy commute in the morning across Atlanta, especially early commute, 5 a.m., 6 a.m. kind of thing. And then still some heavy rain behind that line of storms coming through the Atlanta area. And then, yeah, I'm watching a little bit in South Carolina, North Carolina for a little reinvigoration tomorrow morning. The latest model doesn't look as spicy as the last couple models, so this is downtrended compared to the last couple runs. But I still think there may be a little localized area in here from about Columbia and Orangeburg up kind of along and west of I-95 towards the Fayetteville area, maybe towards Charlotte. That area a little bit has, I think, a little higher concentrated chance of severe weather. Yeah, overall, that marginal risk picks up at about 6 a.m. So the marginal risk is kind of for that same area. By the time things get towards the coast around Charleston, Savannah, down towards Jacksonville and the rest of Florida, should be calming down. But yeah, this little area, I think right in here has a pretty good chance at least some damaging wind as that line segment kind of works across this area. And that's kind of mid to late morning, early afternoon kind of time frame is looking like how it looks. All right, storms coming through Montgomery right now. And we've lost that little area of rotation, and the wind is still kind of surging a little bit on that south side, but it's not too bad. Gust up to 40. I think we're seeing that just on the radar perspective there. And yeah, still stronger storms near Evergreen, Alabama, Andalusia, River Falls, Red Level in South Alabama. That's still a strong storm down there. That turned out to be a busy night. Number of wind reports. We've seen at least a handful of QLCS small, short fuse, short-lived tornadoes. Probably get some damage reports on those by morning. And I wouldn't be surprised if we get some more damage reports as people get out and explore tomorrow morning too. Otherwise, I think I'm going to wrap it up, get a little bit of sleep, and then we'll kind of reassess where we are in the morning. If all of a sudden this area goes crazy and there's a bunch of tornado warnings, then we'll probably pop on sooner. If there's only a isolated tornado warning or so, I'll probably just wait and see if things get reinvigorated. But either way, tomorrow we'll be kind of in standby mode. Again, if there's like one warning, probably not getting on unless it's about to come into a pretty populated area or something. But otherwise, if it's just kind of isolated, just follow us on there, WxCast Live, especially on X, for updates. And then, yeah, I'll stay in standby mode. And if things do get feisty, like I think they may, kind of in that corridor there, we'll probably do a short live stream to cover some of that severe weather. Otherwise, it's been a big stretch of a really active pattern. So I appreciate all our new followers and subscribers and some really good chats. So thank you guys for all the new views and follows and being a really great weather community in our chat. And look forward to covering more. It's a pleasure to do so. And what else? Since the severe weather looks like it quiets down after tomorrow, I'll try and get out a little bit of a short to mid-range forecast video too. I try not to do those every day unless except for like big major events, and then put out kind of a mid-range forecast every now and then. So that way you're not bombarded by it every single time. But yeah, I'll get that out. Looks like a little bit of a return to winter as we kind of looked at across the northern tier, then a big warm up across the west, and eventually that pattern will switch back around. But with a ridge in the west and a trough in the east, that shuts down a lot of the severe weather chances for at least the short term. The trough is the jet stream pattern is going to be kind of like that. So cooler here, chances of snow, way warmer here with some heat and I would guess some fire danger also across the high plains again. But yeah, that pattern will switch back. We'll get the troughing in the west and the ridge in the east. And then the battleground sets up again for the spring severe weather season. So we'll be here. Thanks everyone. Have a great night. Stay safe. Multiple ways to get warnings. And yeah, we'll check on these in the morning too. Have a good night, guys.